Hello, hello, hello. How are you? I hope you're doing well. If you're watching on YouTube, you can watch this live at twitch.tv/Smile too. And if you are watching on YouTube, you could, why not leave a like, maybe a comment, maybe even a little subscribe. And if you don't like what you see, feel free to leave a dislike and tell me why. Either way, I hope you're having a wonderful day. Now, give me a second. I need to get into this. Let this all load. Everything's being funky today. I don't know why. Give me a second. Alright, and then let's... Oh. Yeah, okay. This might be a bumpy ride for the start with. I don't know. I hope not. We're hoping things are gonna work. Because things are being a little weird today with the internet. Don't know why. Let me open my drink. Hopefully it'll stabilize. Oh, I forgot to turn off the fan. Sorry, I had to fight things. Hopefully that'll... I didn't even notice. But yeah, hello. How are you? As I was fighting with everything. Alright, as you can see, we're back here now. Because we came back at the end of the last session. So we're going to continue where I left off, I think. I think I'm cooking food. Yeah, all fixed. Everything is all fixed, I think. Food is cooking. We'll have plenty of food. And that's a good thing. Because I need it. I did agree to start planting potatoes. I do have dirt on me. I have rooted dirt, I have regular dirt. Let me start with the regular dirt. I know I can combine with gravel, but I don't have like a good source of gravel yet. So we're going with what we got. Collected some dirt last time. Let's get this. Do that. Oh, I'm using my silk touch. No. I mean, I don't really need this. I might not be able to play music. Okay. I might not be able to play music, but I'm not... I'm gonna keep trying. It's being funky, though. Okay. Internet's not working. Again. Is it the music? Is it the music? Let's see. No, because it's already having issues anyway. I don't know what's going on. Like, it looks like it should be working with the internet, but it doesn't seem to be working properly. If you can hear me, by the way, as in, that you're like here where I'm talking, please tell me if you're here if there's anyone in the comments. All right. All right. It looks like it's. I mean, obviously, there's probably not gonna be anybody, but all right. I'm letting it load up. Let me see. As I don't know. Oh. Hey, Oldwagon. Hi. Let's see if the music works now. Hello, hello, hello. How are you? It should be caught up right now, right? Alright, I'm gonna have to keep an eye on that, by the way, the internet. If it's the music, I'll just not be able to have music today. Oh, nope, nope. Sorry. But hello, Dwagon, how are you? I hope you're doing well. If you're having issues, maybe try reloading, I guess. You exist? Fair enough. Fair enough. It is a pleasure having you. Alright. Anyway, like I said, I don't know what's going on. With my, my internet today. It's being... Hello, Snow, one sec. 1, 2, 3. There you go. Alright, by the way, if it starts getting choppy when the song starts transitioning, it's gonna tell me that... In fact... Okay, no, it's fine. Okay. I don't know what that was at the beginning. But we're here. And it's working. Well, yeah, I look at it and I'm like, yep, that's the order. I gotta do it in that order. There you go. There's another meow for you. But yeah, no, okay. So the stream's working now. It just, a minute ago, was like not. It's weird. But you know what? It's fine. It's decided to work now that there's people. And we're not going to think too hard about it unless it starts trying to do something again. Yeah. Alright. I don't know, I just... Yeah, let me correct that then. I did think it felt a little loud, but I wanted to... Here. How's that? Is that better? There. Perfect, good. Okay. I did feel a little loud. I was like, but yeah. Alright. So, I'm starting up this field. I did make some decisions last time. I haven't started yet. But I did make some decisions pertaining to... Because I do want to add sniffers to the city. What I'm thinking of doing... Actually, I kind of really like the idea. Is on that side over there, I want to maybe build out a farm. Like a sniffer farm, you know? Where they would get, like, crops. I kind of like the idea because it'd be across the... And especially if it's, like, right there, maybe. Like a sniffer farm. Not to eat sniffers, because sniffers get plants. And they're ancient creatures, and this is an ancient city, so... Perfect, perfect. Anyway, I was thinking that last time, and I kind of solidified on that idea. What do you think? of it being like in that spot over there that's kind of empty anyway. I mean, it's gonna be in this town, some one way or another. It just depends on how. Let me get some food. Hey, yo. I mean, I know it's my build, but I'm still curious. Kind of thing. I'm not gonna need bread for a little while. Nobody ever sent me back, really, so I actually have a lot of food. I mean, not on me, but I do have a lot of food. But yeah, no, like I said, I came to the conclusion because I was thinking about it, I'm like, you know, if we think of this as the city, it'd be nice to have like a little rural area like out at the edge. I mean, I could be crazy, but I mean, what do you think? As long as I don't get sent out, I think I'm fine to actually get some work done today. Some real work. I'm feeling very alone. But yeah, no, that's just kind of what I'm thinking. Let me trade these out a second. There we go. I'm not so fussed about that. There. Swap these back. Fair enough. Okay. I was just asking, like, because I was thinking of maybe, I decided last time, that I might want to add, like, a little farm, well, sniffer, I've been thinking about, but I did decide I'm going to add a sniffer farm. But I was asking, do you think that would be a good location over there? Because I was thinking of, like, several locations would be good, but I thought maybe that would be, like, right there. Because it's kind of empty anyways. And when I say sniffer farm, I mean, like, the assumption that these guys would be used for their ability to find plants of various types. They just don't, the plants, even sniffers can't find them. But, no, not the love itself. There's a little alcove, like, right there at the top of that little hill. I'll show you in a second, when I'm done placing this dirt in this spot. So, voila. Fanciness. I'll need light here, so I'll add these for now, and then I'll add lights underneath. I mean, I already have, but there'll be, like, those, but anyway, I'll show you what I mean. Huh? Oh, I can walk around. Effectively, if I go this way, it's a little complicated, but if I go around this big structure here to the other side, and we go this way, like so. I mean, there's little lava pits everywhere, but basically, let's just kind of go over here. A little lighting up never hurt anybody, but this here, I do believe this one specifically, yep. So, ta-da! It's right up there. A little bit more in, though. I think there is a shrieker here. Since I haven't actually cleared up here of any shriekers, I'm gonna go quietly like this, but like up in this area. I mean, I probably, there is some lava here, I'll remove it, but I'd have to clean it up anyway. But see? Like, this is a nice little location, to, especially if I clear it out some more. Kind of thing, you know? I think it could be a nice place. Yeah, no shriekers. Okay, cool. To just, like, add in some of that. Especially since you can come over here and you can see there's more areas as well. You just can't see them up there kind of thing and stuff. I just like the idea of like cleaning this out and up here as well kind of thing. Like maybe the house is up here and then down below in this area is that's cleaned up and everything is the sniffer area. With a little barn and a little area for them and all that. I was just thinking, especially if I clear this out a little farther back and all that. Make it maybe a little flatter at the top so it's a little farther in. I just thought it'd be nice to have the sniffers here. And then, do I have room? Yeah, I have room. Clean these out. Yeah, okay. And some lighting up here. Yeah, like that's all. I mean, you can. It does take a little maneuvering. I'll acknowledge because you have to come all the way around. But the whole idea would be that it's kind of out of town, and it really, especially considering this is like the last building here, where you could add like instead you could make it like a watchtower kind of thing. Potentially connected to like a little bit of a, not as much of a wall, but like a lower, less like just outside the city versus inside the city kind of thing. Hello, diamonds. Yeah, that's all I was thinking. It doesn't have to be the case. I could put it somewhere else. There's plenty of areas. Like there's an area over here. Or I could dig out an area farther away, but like follows a road or something. Like we could assume, like, because this goes back this way, right? But like I was saying, it's just, it's kind of like, especially if you go through here and you got the tower there, but the tower can kind of be like a, actually it still falls within. It falls perfectly. So like this would be the edge of the city right around like here, maybe. And then, or here. Actually here, yeah. And then the tower's still in the city and it just, then you go up and into the farm. Again, cleared out perhaps more. I haven't done that yet, but it's just an idea. It's nothing crazy. It doesn't have to be done. It could be put somewhere else. But I was thinking like all the different ways you could do like a sniffer. Because I want the sniffers to be in the city. Because ancient. They're ancient creatures. This is a city that was destroyed. Obviously, the only reason sniffers went extinct is because they were a domesticated animal. You know? Yeah. Anyway, what do you think as an ideal idea? Especially like if I know adding to the whole thing. Oh, yeah, there's a light up there. I forgot. Kind of. It doesn't have to be that. Fair enough. Yeah. I mean, I could even add, because you can see this wall, like, it's off the road, but you can take... Oh, I need to eat. Like, there's a teeny tiny little road over here as well. There's the shrieker. I knew it was here somewhere. Yeah, I need some... I need to go get some wool, but then I'll go deal with that guy. But yeah, no. And that's true, yes, as long as... But the thing is, I can get back across and stuff anyway. See? So it's simple and easy to get out of. It just doesn't look like it is. Because it's hidden away. And if I was to like expand it out in like a direction maybe that you don't see, you can add other animals too potentially if I could figure out how to get them. It'd be cool. Yeah, I mean, it's not bad feeling. It feels comfortable to be able to go back and forth and all that. Although it's one of those things where I wish I had like more fantasy mobs that I could add, kind of thing. Stylistically. Hey, I got some of these. I was thinking, because I raided a lush cave. I forgot I had this. I'll probably keep one in my own base. But I also like the idea of having one right in here. For particles. Like, as you're coming out, I like the idea of the particles. But I think the other one's going to go in my base just for the prettiness factor, and I don't think I can grow more. I don't even know, like... It'd be cool if you could. I don't think you can, though. Do I not have bone meal here? I was actually got some bone meal here. Nope. We could put this in here. And make some quick bone meal because I want to see. I don't think you can actually. Yeah. I have no idea how that would even work. But I like it, and I'd like to keep one in my my main base. Got more diamonds. Dirt can be taken out for now. I'm gonna start collecting wheat and bread because I do have food. did agree to start growing potatoes for the secondary crop. I know I have them here somewhere. I was like, yeah, sure. Although I was going to do carrots originally, but carrots could still be grown in other places as well. Wheat! Just because I have. Yeah, yeah. Alright. Actually, I need this one. Yeah. And we'll just start growing a bit of potatoes. We can cook the potatoes as well. And that'll be good. Yeah. See, I like the green, the little particles that come from the thing. That's why I wanted one. Get occasional particles. There we go. Knowing that under there is... Yeah. Yeah, I think it looks cool. It gives an effect a little bit. I kind of wish I had more, but I don't. But it's just a nice effect. I might use like some of the cherry blossom leaves as well, hidden around. Just because it gives the petals flying around kind of thing. It's mystical. It'd be nice if I could find more lush caves, honestly. But other than that, the Sniffer farm I'm going to probably do over on the other side. I should probably also start working on this building. And that's what I like about the city, is it's like, it's a lake here. And let me go grab that wool, actually. I'll be growing potatoes. I'll be growing... all sorts of things. Like I said, I would like to grow carrots, but I don't really have room over on this side, but they might grow them over with the Sniffers. See, I do have some slime. And I have leads. I might just keep this in my inventory, just in case. And then, let me see, what else have we got? I do want to add trees too, like a tree farm. But not yet. I came here for wool, and that's like the one thing that's not in here. I think the wool's in this one, actually. Yeah. Alright, now let's go fix up the, over here. Through... gotta go down. Yes, yes. Aha! There we go. One more shrieker neutralized. Yeah, I should pick up you guys too, shouldn't I? There. Now the path is cleared. And it didn't take too much work. Yeah. There we go. One cleared out path. So now I can walk around here and actually look around. Yeah, not too much though, but a little bit. And yeah, I mean, you could even have like a little bit of an area down here as well. Just, clear this out a little bit. There's not even a lot of space down here to just... Alright. See, it didn't even take a whole lot, and I already have like a whole new space. And I don't have any sticks on me. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, damn it, diamonds. Blech. And like I said, then you come up here, and this is this area up here, which looks super cool. With this, and I might clear this out a little bit. Get that one. Oh. Me, what the heck is going on? Also me. But yeah, like if we clear this out a little here, just a space. So I do think I'd want it like this. Yeah. And you can add in a house. And I'd probably clean this up even more and all that. But the house can go here. It can be nice and basic, but it can be like a little farmhouse. And then you can come down here and I'll get some moss and I'll probably flatten this area out. Although it could be cool to have like some areas that are glass just to have that show, but that'd be a little weird. But it could be cool. And like I said, it could go out a little more as well. But I do think that this would be flatter. Here. Just plan it a little bit. Alright. Like so, and then you'd have that go in. A little garden and then into the house kind of thing. Maybe like that, and then you can have the garden be like from here. I'm just planning out spaces. Or maybe a little bit farther in. Yeah, so this could be like that. And then this would have a nice sloping up kind of thing, and then you'd be here, and then you'd slip up into the house, potentially. Or it would be here, I don't know. We'll see. Like I said, I don't necessarily want it to be a huge house, I just want it to be, maybe like that big. Yeah. Yeah, that could be good. I don't have room on me right now, but the house can go in here. It can be nice, it can be small, like I said, and then you can come down and around and you can have the sniffers, and I'd probably go farther in, because I like how that looks, that shape, and just kind of have it like be hollowed like that in. And then I'll have to work on the roads, because this won't do. Maybe here. So I like this. Yeah. And then you just go around, kinda. Yeah. Oh, oops, that was the wrong one. Maybe I should put them next to each other so I can actually, like, heal up that one. But, I don't know. Like so. And just continue to go around. There's this little windy road on this side, and then maybe there's just, like, this little shortcut path. I mean, obviously I have the shortcut path, but you can add a little building over here as well, maybe, for something else. Or this could be where the carrot farm goes. Like a nice little carrot farm on the side. Clear out this one. A little. Not huge, but maybe to here. Like so. And then, or heck, you could even have it just be kind of like that. And then you add a little fence over the top so that nothing goes through. Yeah. And then I'm going to clear these out because, oh, oops. No, I'll give it to it though. Because then this is how you would walk up, and then you'd probably go up here. If we were to add in an entrance that feels natural. Just for now, let's just do this like this. Like so, and then you'd have just take that one out. Then you'd have that one there like that, and then you'd have that like that, and you'd go in. Yeah. And then sorry, I'm just thinking right now. Yeah. That would work. And of course you're on this side. Yeah, thinking. Exactly, yeah. Dangerous, right? But I'd do both of those maybe, and maybe one more slot in. I have no idea. Maybe. I mean, to be fair, I'm not like thinking like deep thoughts or anything. I'm just making decisions based around the idea of like if I put a little carrot farm here and then you'd go up these slots. Like that. Anyway. Yeah. So you'd come in like that, and then you could either go up here, or you'd go around this first. Anyway, I don't think too often on stream, let's be real. Rather, I try to think, but I can't. But, all I was trying to do is just decide how I'd want to do this. That's all. How do I do this? What do I get rid of? It's gotta be something of little to no value to me. You know, I'm not gonna need to throw for long, so I'm just gonna throw over here this. So I can pick this up and do this here. There. Ta-da! And then I can pick these back up. There. And there. That spot's all cleaned up. I might clean up the other spots as well, but like I said, a little carrot farm here, I'm thinking. And then up into the sniffers. And all that up here. It'll feel more farm-like that way, you know? And well, yeah, technically it's only just outside the city. It'll do what it needs to do. Sorry, I had to pick up the diamonds. That's a necessity. There we go. There. There and there. There! Like that. And then I could go put the wheat seeds and the wheat. Well, actually not the seeds. I'll put the wheat away. And then maybe we start working on one of the buildings. The one building, maybe. The... whatchamacallit? The, haha. To get one of these. Where do I keep... oh wait, I think I brought them all back, so I can put this one here. Yeah, these can go in here, and now we have 11 diamonds. I'll be getting more, but, yeah. Put a little of that in there. I think I'm about ready to start working on some building. Alright. So I think I want to finish up this little main area today. And I gotta, because I got some cleaning out done over there. It even looks a lot better for like just the idea of actually putting things there. And it'll get more cleaned out as I go along over there as well. But for right now, what I want to do is I want to keep an eye on my potatoes, because I do want to start growing my potatoes more. Alright, so here's the thing I was trying to ask last time, but I kept getting sent out. So instead of this on the side, I was thinking like maybe it's a straight line like that. But, oh, this is definitely not the right one. I didn't even notice. So like you take these out here. Because it's not going to be the same type of building at all. It's going to be something more... That kind of just looks a little bit more... Like, well, it's monochrome, definitely. I don't know. It looks more... city building like. Although then I need to add these in here. Which I can still do. It actually looks a little bit better that way. And then you'd have the stairs here. Maybe in the back, actually. I don't know. We'll see. First things first, let's just... use these to just kind of build up the sides a little bit more. Yeah, I even did it on this side already. So that is what I was thinking. This does not go here. Alright, let's take these. And make ourselves some of these, because this is what'll go here. I like the stone, I don't... Alright. And then what I'm doing here is I have this like this, and then this like this, and then it goes up. There. Like so. I wanted to go up two, I think. So this is where the first floor will be. It's gonna be a tall building. Well, let's be real here. It's gonna be tall. Hello, Toshka. It's going pretty good. As you can see, I'm building up a little bit of my, let's see, you can see. More of the buildings. How tall do I actually want this to be? Maybe it's only 2 stories tall, maybe. I kind of wanted it to be taller, but I feel like it might be too far on the edge of the city for it to be too tall. But maybe they're split into, like, apartments. So, like, one apartment is here. Yeah, I can still do that in the top floor. So, like, this is, like, a little area at the bottom, and then you'd have, like, it climb up here. Anyway, it's going pretty good. How are you, by the way? Sorry, I'm trying to think. Of course, we could set it up with a ladder system in this one. Which could be interesting, like, not all, especially since ladders are clearly used here, it would actually work well. Alright, we're gonna put that there. And then this. Oh, whoops. Nope, crap. Don't want to use that. Like, I know this is clearly something else, but it's not going to be after this. Actually, it seems like it's a couple different buildings that have just kind of gotten meshed together. So we're going to make it one cohesive building. It's going to go to here. Like so. Yeah. And then, like I said, it could have ladders, I think. I think this one will have ladders because it's... And then I'll just, you know, I'll still do the 3 floors. It's a little close in, but it could look interesting because it's like... or maybe I'll do the 2. No. 2 or 3. It's already going to look super tall for where it's going to be. Maybe it's only the one floor. But like a cheap motel style. And that could actually work out well if I was to do a cheap motel style. Like this, and then instead of having these like this, you could have the walls be these here, and then like that, and then you'd have maybe a slightly bigger room at the end. Yeah, I kind of like that as an idea. Alright. Yeah, we'll add this to the outside. Because I wanted it to be kind of... I don't think it's going to really fit in well. To be too high out here. But if we make it like a small little area, maybe you add a little sitting area outside or something. Dangerous as it is. And then we could have like taller apartment buildings of the same style later in. And I do want to make them taller later, farther in. And I'm starting to think I'm going to need like way more city space. But like, if we were to take this building away, we were to start building like tall buildings over here, because this feels far more industrial. Yeah. So maybe buildings farther back are just a little bit taller, because you would want it to be where you can, if you're in the middle, you can see the... I mean, you can't anyway because of the way the city is. But if you're farther away, it'd be great because you'd have like this height, and you'd be able to see the there, just like you have here with these. So yeah, farther back buildings maybe would have littler, or yeah, you know what? That's what we're gonna do. That is what we're gonna do. Short motel kind of thing here at the one spot, but the beginning, and then it'll have more to it later. Similar style buildings. It would also look better that way. Also, I built this one too high. So it would actually be like this. There. And then you can have that perfect line on the top for a roof. Yeah, I kind of like that as an idea. This, because this doesn't go here. This can go here though. Oh, whoops. It's so hard to tell what's what. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Feel sure to share your own input. Alrighty. What am I playing tomorrow? And then maybe this building could be like that. Yeah, because then you'd have it as a... Am I playing Minecraft? Am I playing Phasmo? What am I playing? I guess I choose. We'll see. Alright. But yeah, then it'll be like that, and then we'll look a little bit. Let's just get a few more of these. Though I do hope you feel better, Dragon. Alright, and then this goes here like that. Yeah. And we can add this like this. I do wish they would add wool squares, you know? Or not squares, slabs. Wool slabs. I think it would be nice. Yeah. And these are kind of cramped. They're not great. But that's the idea. No, in it. There. I guess these guys could have like a little... And then like that. Short squat, kind of just, yeah. Yeah, I like that as an idea. It works. Since I'm eventually gonna have to switch back to bread, I just gotta keep collecting. Alright. There we go. And in we go. And I mean, I'm... Maybe I should make it a little bit more... Oh, I don't really want to, like, cover up crystals, but... It would actually look pretty cool. Although at the same time, it's just kind of like, yeah, we'll see. The wheat's in here. Yeah, I'll have plenty of food by the time I need it. Hopefully. Let me see. I know I had some stairs. I have stairs. Alright, so what I'm thinking of doing is to make it look decent. So put this here. There. And then you have the little step up. There. And then you just enter. I don't really have an area for people to like just enter, but I mean that's kind of how it's gonna end up going. I mean it's a maybe it's just a guest house, like if you're coming into the city kind of thing. I don't know, but it's already super tall, and I do feel like it's already getting in the way. So, but it is very city-like to be like that, but. I kind of like the idea of just being required. Like this. And then I'd add one more there, and then that would just kind of be that building, and then yeah. That. Let's just wait. Did I put the? Or no, I just didn't put it in, did I? And it'll come over and it'll look okay, I think. Like that. Alright, let's see. You know, that'll look fine. I don't really want it any taller than that because that definitely would be, but as a cube, it works interestingly well. But again, it's I guess to make, I guess they figured they'd make everything just drab for the sake of yeah, maybe, but yeah, build a size and build a reasonable everything. I think it'll be good. And we can add more of this. I mean, I like the idea of having just like that, and then I'll need more wool. I'll have to find some. But then, yeah, it feels like a place you would probably stop at. This feels like a place to stop at the beginning. Like that. There. And we'll have potatoes, we'll have wheat, we'll have, maybe I'll even start like growing other things like, I like the idea that just the entering area, it looks nice to have a little area like that. And then as you come in, I have this place. I don't know, maybe it's just a place people stop and stay at. Not necessarily a hotel, but maybe like an adventurer's, just like, because it's on the edge of town. It's not really got anything connected to it. And I say edge of town because once you go over to here, you're in town, but it's actually a good way to separate just this area as like, it looks appropriate. Like an area to be, Bump. Hello, Nutvel. How are you? Oh yeah, I've started growing the potatoes. I started with like 3. Alright. But hello, how are you? I have been making decisions and things. I hope you're doing well, by the way. Alright. I'll do it like that. Or, yeah. There you go. Well, this is gonna look a little, like, it's gonna look dark and drab, but I think we can make it work. I need lights. But, like I said, it's gonna be like a form of, like, I was trying to say what movie specifically, but it's just kind of like outside of town, effectively, because, well, this does go into town. You wouldn't have them coming across this. But, like, just a place for people to stop in and just rest. That's kind of the idea I'm thinking going with. Yeah. And over. But yeah, hello. There we go. And it actually does come all the way up to where the building ruins were, so it actually works to be this size. Even though originally I wanted to be a little bit taller, I can't. And it will block too much of this. It's already blocking quite a bit, but yeah. And so instead I'm just kind of making this little area in the front area that it'll have. Maybe I'll add like banners and stuff too. There we go. Actually, let's finish building out this just square. Yeah. And we'll do this so that we can go finish this area down here, fix up. Also, I'm gonna have a sniffer farm over there. I made that decision. Yeah. And so I've cleared out a little bit of that area. I'll probably clear out more. I've mentioned it before earlier, but just to kind of like make a little sniffer area, give them a space. In the like, oh, maybe I want to build like a, I don't know. It's fine. That'll be where sniffers live. You can collect plants every now and then. maybe. But yeah, I mean, I think it'll look nice, as well, because I want something on a little bit of the outskirts, and I do need to clear up the skull there as well, because, I mean, let's be real. If I'm really going to clear this whole area out, that's going to be necessary. There we go. What do you think? The only thing I'm worried about is the fact that this looks a little, like, drab, but I think that if I add in some, like, color and stuff, it'll look better. I don't think I want to add in, like, little beds of, but I might add, like, a little patio area out front. And then add a little color that way. Or they just have, like, some color. And, well, it's a little unique. I might add an area out the back to build out into there. Although I'll need potentially some fire resist potions. But I can get those. So, yeah. Yeah, and then it could have like this little thing. I don't think, though, you can actually level log blocks, so that's my only issue, but it could be possible. And if I can just... yeah. Like, I like the idea maybe of having this go out a little bit. I've decided how, though. This would be greenery, much like on the other side over here. More grass growing. I need more things built. I need more of the lanterns. That's what I really need. I have lanterns. I'll add them. But yeah, no, I'm just trying to decide what I want to do to just kind of start really making the whole area kind of start... The starting area just feel complete. I know I have lanterns here somewhere. Yeah. And I mean, I know I have a few things I can do. Like, I can finish off the bridge area, potentially. And it's not really a bridge, but just that area. By continuing it the rest of the way. So that it looks like the way this would look, maybe. So I could do that. Alright. I think I might adjust this one's lights to be more like these. Because it's the same idea, but it'll just be a little bit less, just kind of... Also, isn't it crazy how this looks kind of nice like this? Might add more bamboo. It just, it feels more, like how that's how it would be. And then with these, they're typically in the window, so I might actually move this like this. Right now, not like that. I gotta make decisions. I gotta make decisions. I think I have made a few decisions, though. I do think I'm gonna go get some of this kind of thing. Just switch out the blocks for that. I think it'll look better that way, if I'm being really honest. If I'm being really, really honest, especially to myself, it'll look better. I mean, I don't necessarily want to be too honest to myself because it's just like, yeah, but that'll be a lot of work to fix. It's just like, nah, it's not that much work. I know it's not that much, but it's just like... Alright. Alright, and then... like that, right? Yeah, well... I mean, I made that half slip, so I'll fix that on that one as well. Yeah, I'll fix that up and I'll just make it look nice and it'll be suitable and it'll all fit together nicely. I mean, I say nicely, it's not gonna necessarily be that nice, but it'll do. There we go. And then, just like the previous one, or the other one. Just stick in like so. I really do like how that kind of comes out when you look at it. It feels, I mean, it feels a little off, but it does, once you look at it enough, it's like, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's good. Alright, honestly, if I was gonna put one anywhere, I'd put it here. Remove that. Add that. Would I add anything there? No, I wouldn't. I would just probably take this, like this. Toss that a second. Do that. Like that. Same idea, effectively. And then you can remove that one. Did I actually do... I guess those are like that. We'll just go put these over here because I don't have... Oh, wait, I do have room. I really have space for that. Alright, so I just wasn't sure. Should probably have checked first which one has the hole now. This one. Like that. And it does look good like that. There you go. And so I'm going to do 3. Maybe it would go here. Kind of like that better. Yeah. So then like every 2 or so, and yeah, then you'd have the space. Which would also mean that I would want one here. Potentially, like that. There. That actually lights that all up quite nicely. That's right, I can't pick that up right now. And I suppose this would go, if we're doing it like that, like here. There. There. It already looks quite a bit better. And if you continue with the lights all the way down, like so, like if we do this one here as well. And I was originally thinking I was going to make this like an area, but I might just continue living where I am living. Instead, just completely remove this here. And just have this little, it would be cleared out. It wouldn't have like, walls in between. I know I can have the walls in between. And it looks okay. It just, I don't know. This feels much more constricted and such because, and I mean, obviously that's on purpose, but like I want it to feel more, no. Well, luckily that wasn't the one with the light. I don't know. Since I'm revitalizing the city, I don't want to feel constricting in that same way. And again, I don't want it to be a research city. Of course, I might just make it so that these are houses. Maybe not this one. But, I mean, it could be good to just completely, like, yeah. Kind of maybe make houses, and then it could be on both sides. It would be nice, simple. And open. And then obviously I think I would leave this one not a house. But I do think that that's because it would be a road up here. As we have this up here as well. But it feels a lot more open even though it's also bisected. So I think that's what I would want to do is like, it's like a rooftop road, if you will. And this is, especially if we assume that sound doesn't like travel through. To some extent, it works out well as a plan. I mean, I've even done this all the way down slide, so yeah. I'm thinking that might be what I want to do, because now that it would feel like these are like villager houses, maybe. And again, like I said, I do think I want this to be like a little inn area over here. It's not really an inn, it's just like a little rest stop. As you follow the road into the city. Or if you're not going to follow the road into the city this way, and you're actually going to enter the city, or the outer section maybe, or whatever it would be, I don't know. You would instead go up here, and then you would go out here, and you'd be entering like a different section. But especially since it feels just kind of more natural. Like you could then follow this into the city maybe, and then it goes in, but yeah. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I just kind of like the idea of we might not have, like I might not be able to get to having the villagers in here. I'd like to try and see if we couldn't do something with it. Especially, like, I mean, we've got these, so these can make great towers, or just watchtowers, kind of thing, or just like a little area for just a thing. Having more residential buildings, I will maybe, these buildings I do think I would want to have taller, like this one, on the side. maybe more of them as well. And then you have the road over here. I mean, I know this is obviously not what this whatever was, but I want to make it into an actual city, like a hub. Hello, Bruprofen. How are you? Sorry, Bruprofen. How are you? I hope you're doing well. As you can see, I am working on the city today. And I did clear out the area. I think I want to put the sniffers. Oh, I say cleared out. I did just kind of flatten the area around it. I'll do more work later. But I did decide they're gonna go over there. How are you today? Yeah, I'm gonna go there. And there'll be a little carrot farm over there as well. It'll look good. Alright. Well, it's a pleasure having you. I'm glad to hear that it is a very good morning, even if it is early. Yeah. I was deciding how tall I wanted this to be, because I was like, I originally wanted it to be taller, but I realized this is going to be entering the city, and if I build it too high, it'll just get in the way of that view. But I decided it's going to be smaller. It's going to be like a little rest stop area, like you can stay in here before you go into the city. I think. Well, I say I think. I mean, I know, but... yeah, that's the idea. There's a little drought, but it'll be vibrant. It'll be made more vibrant, more pretty, more something eventually. But yeah, I'm thinking around what I'm gonna do. Some more, doing some thinking, doing some planning as I clean up and work. And realize I don't have, I haven't grabbed my food. Let me put this goes in here. Right? Yeah. I have so much skulk. It's not even funny. Let's clear out some of that. Not in that one. Yeah. Actually, let's hold this. Get some, yeah, finish that one off. I'm working on potatoes today as well. I'm gonna have it where I have a fully functional opening area just to eat and be having like everything. Gotta make decisions though. Oh, now that I look at it, I actually have the ability to add more, so really quickly. That one. That one. That was it. Okay. Nice. But that's already a couple more. That's a couple more. There we go. Add a little more space. Yeah, Fortune works on crops because you can put it on your hoe. As you saw, it gave me 7 potatoes instead of like 2 or 3. It's a unique one. Otherwise, there'd have been no there would be no point in putting it on the hoe, other than I guess to, yeah. Well, that's fair. I know that like a lot of people don't actually use or did not use the hoe in the past, or they wouldn't like bother like enchanting it or anything. But yeah, I mean, and that's the other reason I even knew is it's like if it's on the hoe. Before, I think it was what, 1.18 or 1.17? Or was it 1.6? I can't remember which one it was, but before that update, I just knew it worked on crops. And then they made it work on other things so people were more inclined to use it, but yeah, it's always worked on crops, so that's why I knew it worked on crops. But yeah, it does. And I mean, it's a pretty nifty little thing to be able to do. It's nice that there is that option. Yeah. Alright. Let me grab... What are these? Extra. Give me that. And then, do I have room? I do have room. Alright, I'm gonna need another 2 of these. There. Alright, because I'm doing some work. I'm not just working, like, just planning. I'm also doing some more cleanup. Alright. So this is gonna go in here. Right? This one. So it looks like, yeah, you have it go out too. So, well, this is like this. It will not be. And then our lovely little bug. It's lovely. Alright, we put this here. Because I want to make all of these the same. And then I gotta get out these. And then everything else will be easy enough to fix up. So, yeah. Cleaning that up. I figure I'm making all the entrances look the same. Yeah. That just feels a lot more neat. Oh, I did get a little bit more of this. Let's continue this building. Woo. Thank you. As I said, this building, and actually I realized that we've had this at this height, it actually looks like it's meant to look like it's supposed to be here. Which is kind of interesting. Or it's like it was the height it was at, so I was like, you know, it's perfect to have it like that, but... Alright, and then that there, that there. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna make this, like I said, I'm gonna make this into a little, like... It's not exactly like an inn or motel kind of thing. It's just going to be like literally a room. Like if we were to think like adventurers kind of thing, like maybe they could just stay here quietly kind of thing. Well, this building specifically, yeah. I was originally going to make it more like an apartment building, but I realized how, like I said, I realized how tall it would be then. I didn't really like that, so I was thinking, like, what do I want to do instead? And I decided, you know what? I think this would just work well, because then, well, you may have a bigger room here for, like, maybe 2 people. Just maybe someone, like sits down a bag or whatever, and they just can sleep. I mean, this is vanilla, so they wouldn't have sleeping bags, but if we were to pretend that they might have something like a sack or whatever, just to sleep through the night, I would... kind of work, and then you'd have maybe like lights along the middle, but then maybe not in the rooms themselves in that way. Or maybe I'll add the glowing, the whatever it's called, just like a little bit so that you can see where you're going, a light, but nothing too cray. What are you? I don't have my... Where am I? There. Oh, they're in my inventory. But, like... Whatever this stuff is called over here. I have some. Oh, yeah, the lichen. Right? It's lichen? Yeah. Glow lichen. I kind of like the idea of taking some glow lichen, and so... It would be enough that you're not, like... But it wouldn't be, like the best you're gonna, like, get. Plus you get these as well, so you get a little bit of light from just outside the city. So, you know, I mean, that's kind of what I'm thinking a little. For that building, I mean... Because especially since I'm going to make this be the entrance, I should probably make this more entrance-y like, but like beyond that. probably clear out a little bit of this more. I think this is in the middle, right? What I did, yeah. But if I was to build like a bit of a road in that obviously tapers off, I probably would do it just like right. Because these can be broken anyway. Like... so. Let's see how this looks. Let's see how this looks. I can put it all back in if I need to, but I just have to kind of see like as a... yeah, I mean, it kind of... I mean, it'd be nice if it was more centered. I might... yeah, like so. Maybe. Like that. And then if we were to add... oh, we'll need to get more, but... effectively... can I make this look more... like it's supposed to be here? I mean, if we add this in... and then we remove this guy. And then... put that in here. Like that. Let's see. Yeah, I kind of like that as an idea. Like, it would look like this... and but I would probably actually want to add... let's just remove... alright, like I said, I'm just thinking a little bit. I have the ability to make more. Like that. Yeah, and then I'd add more crystals as well. So if we look at it like that, potentially. Yeah. Maybe even... a little bit more, just... yeah. Do I want to add it like that, maybe? Maybe. But then it would look like it totally is, like, on purpose. Like, I kind of like that as an idea. Alright, especially if we remove... give me a second. And obviously I'm digging into the road, but then I can make it go out farther and all that as well, and it could look... rather than like you got this, it would actually come into this. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Let me see a little bit of just making some... oh yeah, you know, as long as I have this as well. Let's continue our road. Like so. Like that. But I guess if I have it, if it look a little bit... I can make a grander rim as well. I can actually... maybe actually make it like super cool looking. So I'm gonna leave from about here on alone, I think, because I haven't decided what I'm gonna do there, because I might change things up now. I wasn't initially going to, but it is super tempting to just be like, yep, I could. Alright. I'm gonna be picking up more tough, let's be real. Maybe like a big area that's like a transport. Alright, and then let's switch this out a second. Let's go here like this. And then I have a very tiny amount of tough left. I'll be picking these up in like a second. Yeah. There, and then I'll grab a little bit more tough. But like I said, I haven't decided what I want to do with the, I mean, I thought I did, but I kind of don't know if I do, actually. So let me take a little bit more. Fill in this space. But like, I like this as this room. Okay, and I'd be honest about something with I know a lot of people are liking how the tough bricks and stuff look. I don't. Because I wish they looked more like the actual tough. I don't care about that right now. 5. We'll leave this like this. Because I actually like how tough looks, and then I'm looking at the tough bricks, and the tough bricks don't really look like they're made of tough. Like in they're showing in the Minecraft Live and stuff. I know a lot of people do like it, so... And that's why I'm saying it's just my opinion, but... Yeah, I don't know. Alright. Let's make a few of those. They don't look bad, I just... So let me be clear, I don't think they look like bad or anything, I just kind of wish they looked more like they were made out of tough. And not just like dark cobblestone. Because I like the marbling effect that tough kind of has. Well, that's fair. I'm not like saying you have to go look at them or anything. I'm just saying that, and as I said, it's just my honest opinion. It's I'm not like trying to convince people that I'm the right either. I don't know. I just wish they looked more like they were made of tough. That's all, really. My day's been pretty good, overall. Like I said, I wasn't even, like, just trying to be, like, negative or anything. I was just saying I don't particularly care for the way the tough bricks look. But, you know, that's just their current thing. They might actually make them look better. Or more like tough, at least. I mean, that, like I said, that, to me, when I looked at them at the Mojang Live, Microsoft Live, like, really go back and look at that to just decide for myself. I just kind of didn't. But, you know, other than that, it looks fine. Alright. Kind of thing. Alrighty. That actually looks kind of super cool. Like that, like you're going in and then, but I definitely want to add more, it's going to take time and I'm going to have to grow more and more, but grab a few of these, grab a few of these. And I definitely want to add them up here as well. And in. Just to be like, not this part though, this I think will be the bricks. thinking I want to do that for like a road. And then make like a roadway in. Oh, you did? How'd it go? I hope it will though. Let's see. Or how did it go, rather? I guess I should be asking more along the lines of just saying. Oh dear. I'm sorry to hear that it went bad. What do I want to do with this? Like that. Oh. Did your internet crash or something? Or was it just a bot? Oh dear. I am sorry to hear that. That is never... yeah, that is not a fun experience. I guess, did they stick around or did they... head out after that? I guess, but I do. Oof. I hate when that kind of thing happens. Yeah, I figured. I hate when that happens. Fair enough. I'm glad you still had fun. That's kind of what matters most, you know? Is if you had fun or not. Because if you're not having fun, they're not gonna have fun. Not in like a bad way, I'm just saying like, but... That is what I intend to do here. I was initially gonna just have like that little area, but I do think I want to actually make it into an actual proper grand entrance. It's gonna like segue from this into more of what was originally like here, I think. And then I don't know. From there, because like I said, I kind of am like dedicating today to just getting the entrance more put together and built up and all that. Which is why I'm not like working on new buildings. I was just like, you know what? I do just need to finish up. I mean, this is technically a new building, but I had already started it. But yeah, let me get that. Yeah, I really just kind of want to get this area more put together at this point. And feeling like it really is like a city kind of thing. Entrance, potentially. I have not watched Jujutsu Kaisen. I know a lot of people say it's good. I just have never gotten around to it. But I have heard it's supposed to be good. Cool. Cool. Yeah, no, like I said, I've heard it's supposed to be good. Nice. So, I'll probably eventually get around to it. I just, as of the current time, I have not tried it. It's just part of it. Fair enough. And we can put these right here. Okay. Like I said, I have not seen it. I just know of it. And I know it's supposed to be good. And I'm gonna be specific here. It's not because it's like, I'm like, it's a popular series or anything. It's just literally I haven't gotten around to it. I've been reading way too many other series. I did try Chainsaw Man. A while back. I'm not caught up anymore, but I did try that one, and I'm just kind of trying to get caught up on the things I have fallen behind on before I want to get into just trying new things. And goodness, that is difficult sometimes when you realize how many series that you're behind on. And then how far you're behind on those series. And then you're like, But, yeah. I will eventually, though. Me? I tend to like a little bit of everything. I'm not as into, like, the shoujo, if you will. Like, straight up shoujo, though. Not, But, I think my taste hasn't really changed a whole lot, if I'm being honest. I'm very into the whole just kind of dorky shonen kind of thing. Oh yeah, I did watch Yu Yu Hakusho. Or I didn't watch it, I read the manga. I liked it. It's been years since I've read that one. But it was good. It was very, very good. I liked that one. I'm not sure if I have not read that one. Blue Spring Red. I don't think. Like I said, I guess I tend to, like, if I'm being honest, I get into a lot of the isekai ones nowadays. With people throwing hands. Oof. What? So what? I mean, I've seen lots of shows that's the case. I think for me, I tend to get into the isekai? Or the ones that people throw hands on. Ooh. I would recommend reading the manga instead for that one, although it's heavy. Oh, isekais. Yeah, that's true. I don't tend to watch the anime, though, because I'll either have read the manga or the light novel, and I've been burned on the anime so many times. Just because I'm, like, somebody who actually, like, reads them. Yes. And I'm gonna be honest on that one, for me. I that's where I don't end up watching a lot of anime. Friends and family have jokingly referred to me as the manga snob. But, well, not fat fondly. But that's kind of where I really got into it, and I've had some I've liked, like some anime, but overall I tend to feel like some of them just kind of, I don't know how to explain it without going into, like, what I like especially with the isekai. Yeah, manga snob, exactly, yep. It's very funny, but it is, I'll literally be like, yeah, it was okay, but have you read the manga's better. Yeah. But for me, for the isekai, one of the things I really love about isekai, like, in, whether it's the manga or the light novel or whatever, is the internal conflicts and stuff that the main character will be going through. The main character can be as OP as heck, but it does a lot, like, it'll go into, like, his mental state and stuff, a lot of them, or not a lot, but several of them, the ones I tend to stick around to and read, because it does a great job in showing, and I just realized, I've been having this going on in the background the whole time, but in the anime, they often cut that out, so it'll look like this character is just this shallow cookie cutter character for everybody to just be able to say, it's just like me, they're just like, kind of thing. But like, I like the initial, just like the where it'll be like really leaning into the. It's part of what I liked about Log Horizon, honestly, is that they, for better or for worse, they really did go into the mental states. I've never watched A Silent Voice. I have read the manga though. Yeah, reading ReZero is quite something. Yeah, I've got a couple of the volumes in my house. Honestly, like, for example, for me, I was reading Shield Hero for ages, right? Or Rising of the Shield Hero. It was one of those series, it's like, that one's never getting an anime. Oh, ReZero is an isekai that, if you want to keep your sanity, don't read, watch, whatever. It's quite dark. I mean, it's very good, though, but like, I was reading Rising of the Shield Hero, and then, the light novel specifically, and then they got an anime, and I was super excited, and I was... It annoyed you a lot. Fair enough. That too. It'll annoy you the heck out of you as well. That's the other reason you'll go insane. But then, I mean, do they throw hands? I'm not sure what you mean specifically there, but probably, kind of. But then they got to the maybe. I mean, it's quite something. Yeah, they do fight in it. Yeah, lots of death. Mostly the main character's death, because the thing... Alright, but basically, with Rising of the Shield Hero, and I'm going to go into a bit of a spoiler here, but basically, at the end of Season 1, I was super excited because they were going to go into the islands, that arc. I was like, oh, this is going to be very interesting. Let's see how they're going to take on Rishia's character for that. And Declare and all that, because, you know, you got all these really cool... Yeah. No, I know. I meant for the light novels. Because in the light novels, Rishia, I think she's Rishia, it changed back and forth in the light novels, because they could not agree on a translation. Like, they literally not... Like, the official source changed her name, like, partway through one of them. From, like, Delicia to back to Rishia. So I'm thinking it's Rishia. But basically the girl who wears the animal type costumes, right? I thought this would be very interesting because her character, she goes through this... I've seen a little bit of Code Geass. I have read a little bit of it too. It is interesting. But basically, her character has a deep depression. I was curious how they were going to handle that because, you know, a lot of series tend to choose to go around or to just kind of try to skirt around or change the topic, especially because she does walk into the ocean to, yeah. And ironically, it's like one of the few scenes where you can see where the spear hero guy could actually have been considered a good guy to some extent. At his core, he's just stupid. As well get out and doesn't know how to actually handle women. But the fact that they completely cut that arc and just kind of only showed a little bit, I was just kind of like... But this was a very important arc. And then completely skipping a Claire as well. It was like... But these were very important for later on, so at that point, I kind of just... I did not end up watching Season 2. I was like... Even if they add these things back in, they've literally skipped them over, and it's not going to make any sense if they do bring these characters back and stuff, other than that, oh, they showed up in this montage. So that's kind of where I dropped the anime. I was super excited too, like I said. Fair enough. I don't know if it's in the manga. Like I said, I was reading the light novels and some of the web novels. Because, like, I started reading the light novels and I was like, yeah, the manga's good, but the light novels are better. But the manga is still good. And it definitely does not skip those arcs typically. But yeah, no, like, once it skipped them, I was like, but these were important. Because it does a good job in starting to break down the characters of the sword hero and the spear hero. And again, this does become more important later down in the story. Yeah, no, that's part of why I stopped watching a lot of, or rather, I stopped liking anime as much. As I'll get so frustrated. Like, if they do a good job, I'll be like, yeah, I'll enjoy it. But like another example, I've mentioned it before, my favorite series is, it's Katekyo Hitman Reborn. It's not an isekai. It's just it's a dorpy shonen that turns into an action shonen, blah, blah, blah. But again, it has these moments, like, I went back to go rewatch the anime a while back, and I was just like, this isn't as good as I remember it. Maybe I really was just feeling nostalgia. Then I went back and read the manga, and I'm like, no, I was remembering just fine. My nostalgia was not that. It was just the anime. I was forgetting that the anime just completely removed a lot of the darker themes from it. From the beginning. That, yeah. Yeah, so I ended up getting more into the manga and the light novels and stuff, and that's part of why I end up so far behind on so many series, because I can't just, like, sit with it in the background or something. Or just be, like, sitting back and watching it while I'm just doing something else, potentially. I end up getting back and going back to the manga every single time. But no, like I said, it's not that I don't like anime. I just wish that it wasn't so, that they don't, like, just cut things that I'm like, you know, this is kind of important. Sure, you might not want to show dark things to kids, but really, is it really going to be kids that are going to be watching this? DC or Marvel? I like both, but I like the older both, okay? I don't like current either, for the most part. So I think, yeah, although I'm more Marvel than DC overall, but if I have to pick, I'll pick Marvel. But like I said, it's more along the lines of just, it's the one that's stuck in my head more, so I can name. DC is not bad, though. Let me be clear. I think DC is fine. Okay? It's just literally the one where I can remember more heroes at the moment. That's why I'm picking Marvel. Are we beefing? Are we beefing because I'm more, like, on the line, but I'm like, yeah, I remember more of the heroes from Marvel at the current moment, so it's Marvel. But I mean, like, I'm gonna be honest. I like Plastic Man. Plastic Man's DC. He's one of my favorites. Heroes in his own goofy way. Although he's not exactly, he is a hero, but he's a hero. You know, I like him, and he's DC specifically. I actually quite a few of the DC heroes too. Like, that's where I'm like, I don't specifically. I like comics in general. Just too funny. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm just saying in general though. Like, I can remember more Marvel heroes right now than DC. I guess technically it would be Marvel because it's Disney and Marvel is owned by Disney now, but technically it's neither. But if you want to be, like, technical about it to some extent, it would probably be Marvel. The Incredibles would be part of the Marvel world. Just a separate one. Which is kind of weird to think about. But yeah. That's what I would guess. But again, only because Disney owns Marvel. Otherwise, who knows? Fair enough. Fair enough. What do I want to do? What was I coming here for? Oh, I do have some of these. Yeah, see, exactly. That's what I was saying. That's why, but like I said, also, it's a technicality thing because Yeah. Boop, boop, boop. Let's add a little bit more of this. Realizing I have it. I'm gonna probably gather more of these. Is that yet ready? Yeah, that's ready. See, this is why you have to be careful about it. Nice. That one's a big one. That was a nice big cluster. What do I use to stream? I'm gonna assume you mean... I use OBS. Because it's open source. Nice. You don't really get it? I mean, that's fine. I'm not saying you have to. I started using it because it's what we had on a computer for other reasons. And it works well enough, especially considering so many things can be done through, like, Twitch. Also, I feel like this is a little... Yeah, it is off. Okay, that's the wrong one. Yeah, let's fix that. There we go. Because I'm not... There we go. All fixed. But... Yeah, I do... That's what I started using. It's comfortable to use overall, and anything I can't do through OBS, I can actually... I'm starting to be able to do through Twitch, so more and more, it's fine. Which is not something I expected to say when I started on this whole thing. Alright. But that's fine to not get it. That is totally fine. There. But yeah, this is gonna look like that. How's that gonna look? That's gonna look really cool, actually. It's gonna look like it still could have a back, and yeah, as you go in, and then it looks, yeah. Oh wow, that was 12 right there. But yeah, it depends, I think, really for the most part, on whatever you start with, for a lot of things, if I'm being honest. And I also need to do these up eventually. Because, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, if I started with something like Stream Elements or something, I probably would have liked that better. Because that's what I know to use, how to use. There we go. Yeah. So you can't actually see this. Again. There we go. Euphorbius. Fair enough. That's fair. Like I said, I like the functionality. Well, no, it's not even especially. I'm just most comfortable with using it because it's not too difficult to figure out and use. But I do get other people who prefer. It's not very clean though, that's for sure. But at the same time, I can see everything that's going on. So that's the other reason I like it. I don't know if the others do or not. I haven't used them. But I do like that it's just like, I can see pretty much everything going on. So that is nice as well. Alright. Let me... Yeah, no, I mean, I get that one. Because while it might not look it now, I mean, I did this earlier in the stream, but my internet, as I've said, is not terribly stable, so I get that. The lag is... Alright. So if I'm doing it like this, Not Starlink specifically, but well, maybe Starlink. But I do use satellite, so yeah, I use satellite if that's what you mean. Alright, so this goes here potentially. We're doing this like this. Yeah. There we go. But yes, in the sense that I use a satellite internet, I do. In fact, do that. Alright. So I think this one's gonna go all the way to here. Let's do this. It depends on where you are. It does work, but it can be iffy on occasion. So there's all sorts of other factors to take into it, and then just, but for as far as what I'm using, I was living in the middle of nowhere, as I am, it does work for me, currently. But there was like all sorts of things I had to do specifically for it to work, and so it's not necessarily the best option, but it is, if you live in the middle of nowhere where you don't have, like, fiber optic internet, then it probably would be good of an option, because if you live in the middle of nowhere, unless you go and somehow figure out a way to find a place that's both a middle of nowhere and has the fiber optic internet, you're gonna prefer absolutely the satellite. Because that is a thing. That I can say. Yeah, then I would say, depending on where you are, definitely you're going to prefer the satellite, if you can get it. And that's the other thing. Just don't do Hughes. That's the only satellite internet I say don't do. Or maybe not Hughes. Whatever it's called. That one's no good. Though. There's one that's no good. Of course that might just be here. But no, like, if you're gonna do one, you're gonna want to do a bunch of research first on satellite internets. And what would be best for you. But other than that, yeah, I would say that it can work. It does work. And oftentimes if you're off the grid, you're going to be getting barely enough, via maybe cable or whatever. It would be, yeah. Pricing, yeah. That makes sense. But, basically, once you live far enough out, they'll be like, yeah, best you're gonna get is, hey, you can at least get emails with the, not, if you don't do something like satellite or cell. Cell internet can work good too, but just make sure you're near a tower, or the area in question. And again, farther out you are, the less likely that's gonna be a possibility, so. One of the only ones that definitely seems to exist is satellite. But yeah, pricing, I agree. That's scary. Yep. There we go. And there's more potatoes that we're growing. And soon I'll have a whole field of potatoes. It'll look nice. I haven't decided what I want to do with this area, other than I did do this here, but Do we do color or do we do grass? I mean, grass is colorful, but... yeah. But no, I do get that. I do. But yeah. Let's add a little bit more of this in. It's gonna be like this. Let's just do not like that, like that. And not like that. Or maybe I would do it like this. I need to switch out my hoe for this. Actually, that would probably be good to be able to like just look out into the... pretty terrifying, but it could be good. And then you take these, well... yeah, and instead just do this here. And that there, and that there. Because it lets a little bit of light in that way. And I'll grow some glue lichen, and I'll probably put it on all the walls once I'm done. And I like the idea of just having this be kind of... it's mostly for rest, so it's not going to be like super super lit up, but it'll be a little lit up. The question though is, should we have doors? I mean, privacy and all that, but like beyond that, I'm not sure. Yes, doors. I was just saying, because there's not really a lot of room. And a place that's definitely not going to be just like, it's just going to be like, yeah, you can sleep here on the floor. That's the only reason I was wondering. I will get doors done in a little bit then, but first I do need, some bone egg. I could have sworn I had some. Oh wait, no, I used some of the potatoes. And we'll grab some of that. I'm gonna probably make the rest of the... what do I want to do for the ceiling? What do we want to do with the ceiling? Not that. Maybe this. Grab a decent amount. Make a couple of these as well. I was gonna be like, wait, I have no room? I have room. Yeah. And I'll probably use fence posts or something for the, or yeah, fence posts for the windows. Maybe. Although they might just be left open. Because that's kind of what I'm going with for the rest of the buildings. I forgot to grab the one thing I was going to grab. Do I have room? Yeah, I have room. I'll be right back. I am foolish. I'll make a stair too. Like, whatever this one comes out, I expect like some low. For grilled cheese. Fair enough. Grilled cheese is always good, no matter the circumstances. Alright, how much string do I have? I do. We'll try making 4 pieces of wool and see how that does. I mean, that's not going to be enough, but it'll be a good start for the rest. Again, I do wish I knew of a way to just have, like, animals spawn down here that isn't just, like, remove all floors above and all that. And even then, probably not succeed. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely need more than this. But it was enough for in here. I only need one more too. So that's not so bad. Alright. Well, I guess we got that. Oh, nice. We got 5 pieces. I am definitely gonna need more than this. Cause 7 is not gonna be enough, but let's put a little bit of the roof on. Like that. The walls are probably not gonna go all the way up. Again, this is not specifically, it's like you're staying here because you don't got money to buy a place in the city. But let's, therefore any lighting is just going to be at best on the walls and da-da-da-da. Nothing crazy. Yeah, exactly. It's just going to be kind of like this little area that if they don't have, as they're on their travels, they can come in and stay and just be like, yep, life is, and I might put yeah, I mean, that is kind of the idea. Like, it's just like a little, a rest stop for adventurers. Because if we're going with like a thriving city kind of vibe, especially, I feel like they would be put outside to be, because well, there probably isn't anything wrong with them. Yeah, you just don't want to take chances, kind of idea. And then the smart inn owner kind of thing, or yeah. Ideally, I mean that's just kind of like how I would look at it. It's overall, and then it's like, once you have your money, obviously you'll probably get a place in the city or something. In fact, there are places that I'm gonna build that will have places in the city. It'll be, yeah, no, and beyond being whether it be cheap or not, it'd be like, I'm gonna have to like pick buildings and stuff, kind of thing, probably. Like, I'll probably turn this into a building rather than whatever it is currently. Actually, it looks like it should be a building. Then you have this. It's clearly meant to be holding the ceiling up for the city, but you know, the city's kind of taller than that. But especially considering this is a mining city and all that, you'd have, yeah, city's gonna be not cheap. And beyond that, I'll probably want to add blacksmiths and stuff. And I might even want to build like out further than I already have. Just for the blueprint of the city that's basic. Obviously you got your main street over here. That's sort of a main street, but this is the door to nowhere kind of thing. I mean, it's another portal, but it's also a gate. So on the other side, you'll be entering like the danger zone. This would be where adventurers would start coming in, going out. Yes, they've got mining. Exactly. You can see the mines above. But effectively, especially considering, like, this is just, like, it looks... This is going to be the only places with Skulk is going to be beyond the walls at this point. Is what I want to aim to do, which is... That'll be a lot of work, but, you know, I mean, if I work past the end of October, which I might, it could look... I mean, this isn't, like, that much, but I can add more. I can make more areas that are just... splattered and stuff. Maybe like more dungeony things as well and the like, but... And then you'd have the gates. You enter the gates, and this is the safe zone. That'll be cleaned up more, but it... Yeah. This will be the air. It'll be like, there'll be like no Skulk in here, hopefully, eventually, maybe. Depending on how long I work on this. And you'd have the street end that leads to, well, that portal. That isn't a portal, but it might one day be a portal. But if we assume that it would be a portal / statue, this will definitely need to be cleaned up and all that. That would be another place to just be like, you'd have maybe like a guild hall just a little off the ways, like maybe over here. Off one of these places. I'm gonna guess this is meant to be a road, effectively. So I might add that in. So you come up in here and you would then come around and then go up to the main road or behind. Even though this isn't really the main road. The main road is like over there technically for me, but that's not really the main road. That's kind of like going off into, yeah. Thank you. And then, like I said, another place that's just gonna be kind of like, it's not really outside the city, but it's technically outside, is gonna be the Sniffer Farm over there. So that'll require cleaning as well. But yeah, I mean, because considering the whole idea is just kind of to have, I might actually make this area not grass, but like a little seating area. But this will be grass. These two will be grass. We'll have to grab a piece of grass or two. There we go. So we can add the grass in, and it'll go on the other side as well. Yeah, I think that the idea will be kind of just a... And I mean, obviously, because we're, just gonna add a little bit more here. Because, I mean, I don't know if I'd have anything here other than maybe grass or maybe something else, but I'll definitely have the grass out to the, here, because this is just to kind of match up around as well. But then, like I said, I might actually add a little terrace area on the outside, because again, if we're supposed to assume that this is like a little area for adventurers to just be out of the way between their adventures, if they don't have like a place that they're actually like paying rent and stuff to. Actually, maybe this will be the guild hall. I was trying to decide what to do with it, but if I was to make this the guild hall, it could be a pretty cool little guild hall and be like right next to the adventurer, which would make sense. Like, you could stay on the one side, but then like once you enter the city, then you enter and you go to the guild hall over here. Kind of thing. So technically you're just like outside the city, but not like in a danger zone. On this side. And then on this side of the this would be the guild. Again, it's still technically like just kind of this area that's to the side. If you will. And if we're assuming that this is effectively a church now instead, right? The sacred thing in the center. Can clean this up, and maybe the area below, rather than being a redstone area, is a place for, like, devotion instead. If you will. Like here. That could be good. Maybe I should make some, or grab some signs, make some signs, and just kind of start putting down areas where I'm thinking I'm going to be, what they're going to be. So I'll remember for, as I work through and all that. Like, temple, and then over there will be guild hall and all that kind of thing. And they're just going to kind of not be... I started out trying to make it look like it's just the ancient city as it is. But the thing is, like, the more I've gone through, the more I'm just kind of like, but there's no city to the city. There's no housing, there's no anything. So I'm kind of changing my goal a little bit. So it is restoring still, but it's going to be restored more in the sense of, like, making it a cool little adventure town as well. You know? Pfft, that was a dumb Enderman. Potentially. If that's not liked, please tell me now. I will not do it then, but just kind of... I'm thinking that could be the case. And then I can have things like sniffer farms and all of the like. Because otherwise I'm constraining myself to these buildings, and these buildings are... And then also, like, I'll be, like, able to build a road probably all the way back through here, eventually. That'll lead into maybe a big room here that'll eventually, it'll also go that way. Because it's an underground city of mining and crafting. So yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. I wish there were more buildings that felt more, like they were buildings, honestly. That would be cool to be refurbishing. But like the more I've gone through, the more I'm like, it just feels more like, rather than like a, how do I put it? Rather than it feeling like a thriving city, it feels more like a, like it was a research kind of place. Like this is a place to research this thing that happened. Which makes me more inclined to do something else with the area. What do I use for... You know, I have these for sticks as well. I mean, it's not bad. It's just... I don't know. Having actually gone through and tried to figure this, like, just trying to figure out for myself, like, what would it be as a city? It just doesn't feel like a city. Again. So I said we're gonna make it a thriving city. We're gonna make it an adventure map-esque thing, maybe. And then that could be why we continue on afterward. I mean, I added these as well. This definitely doesn't in the original, but it feels like it should be there. So I don't think that's how you spell that. In fact, I know it's not. I know it's not how you spell it, but it's just for right now. I'm tired. Yeah. And if it is, well, I'm more amazing than I am, than I thought. But like as a building, I could see that, and then you can have, or maybe you come up here. And then I do feel like this would be like this either way, though. Yeah. Like that. And then around on this side, I don't know, I'll probably say over here, like, oh, let's just plant it in the middle and say housing district. Potentially. Or maybe it wouldn't be because it's on the other side, but maybe these would be shops. But I do like the idea of this being more... I do want a housing district kind of thing. Maybe on the... No, it'd be on the opposite side of the river. That's what it would be. Or the street. So... This side would be more shops and temples and things, because... For people entering and exiting the city. And then on this side, I do already have it a little bit set up because there are places that look like houses and stuff. And then if we come over here-ish. Oh, I see what happened here. We'll just come over here and just type housing. This will be the housing district here. There. There we go. It makes me talk like, meow, meow, are you, meow? Whereas meow meow just makes me meow. Those are redeems. There's some, yeah, cute voice. Well, you get the cute voice for most of, for like, that one and Squeak for me. 'Cause Squeak for me makes me just talk in a high voice. Whereas, like, I have to figure out how to talk like cat. And I might not use a squeaky voice with the cat speak necessarily. It's just, it's like, yeah, I don't know what to do now. Kind of thing. So it's not exactly like woo, it's just kind of closer to that, if you will. I'm not very good. But, yeah. For that, this is done. And that's not. But yeah, that's what that means. Yeah, so this will come in like this for a ways, and then it'll probably turn into something else, and then we'll have an epic room, and then we'll have another way out, and then could be good, could be bad, I don't know. Can add other roads to it as well, potentially, although I think I'd be leaving the mesa at that point. Yeah. Let's pick you up. But, yeah. Also, considering the way that these... Not these, but, like for the main road area, if I go over to that a second, where am I? Oh, over here. I mean, clearly this is supposed to be, oh look, this all fell over and skulk, which, but I feel like it's more like a road rather than just like, oh look, it's collapsed, so this doesn't lead into anything. Whereas this does. So these might be built into roads out, and then you come into here and you'd have this, but what was I doing here? Something. I was gonna do something here a second, but I don't remember what. Yeah, I mean, oh wait. I feel like I was gonna go look at something really quick, but I don't remember. Yeah. But yeah, oh yeah, that's right. So like with these here, is it actually, that it is. These are clearly like a type of road, so that we could add like a little river underneath as well. Once Spooter fell. Foolish Spooter. That maybe it's, although I really don't necessarily want to do that just because that would ruin this over here. Although maybe it wouldn't, because you'd have it maybe go underwater. Yeah, like you guys. Hi. And that could be good. Where you'd have this just canal maybe here, and then it goes underground, maybe from like here. And then you'd have land. And you'd have this. But it could be cool. Especially because it would give a reason for you to have bridges. Although they don't... Although it could also just be that you would have like little houses down here maybe. That could do too. Where you'd have like little like places people are living under the bridge. Yeah, like, I mean, it wouldn't be the best area to live kind of idea. But if you were to assume that, like, I mean, it's not like too, and you were to build up everything here, so that it's kind of like the way it would be. You could have like little shop fronts and stuff, like, room. Let's pick a spot where I have room. Like you could just dig in a little bit here and just have like a little kind of place where you could be staying. Or you could go and do something like that. You'd have a little, like, this little place or something. Or no, it'd be on this side, actually. On this side, you'd have this little door here in between, potentially. And another one here. Like that. Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, like, there'd be nothing huge to them, but you'd have, like, a little space you could just potentially have someone staying in. Kind of idea. Or it could just be a little area people are just able to walk into or whatever as well. But, yeah, like, just maybe a little, like, area where someone might live and do things or whatever. And like I said, this goes out to the road, and you'd have this go out probably a little ways. But then it would just crack because it's the infected area, it's the dead area. That's the idea. Alright. Oh, I'm out. Yeah, I'm gonna have this on both sides like this. You can see on this side. And then it'll just kind of look the same on both sides. But it's a door to nowhere, and then in both the literal and figurative sense. I agree. I like the soul lanterns. They don't do a lot of light, but I think that it looks really cool for like this door. Especially if I'm gonna build up the walls super tall. Also, I need to dig back a little. And so these would go back here, like that, as you can see. Actually, I should probably put this on both sides, right? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing. Let's just put that there. So, again, this will just kind of... Let's just add a few more of these. Here. Just to really show off how tall these walls are going to be. It'll go all the way up, is the idea. And then just adding a little bit more just height. It still isn't like even enough. The idea is it'll go all the way across. Maybe it'll be like one below for the wall. Oops, wrong one. And then... Yeah. I like how the lanterns look with that as well, yes, by the way. So... And maybe... I don't have any of the right type of wall for this, but... Then you'd have maybe lanterns in the same places on the pieces on the side as well. Which I don't know. I like the idea of... It feels... fantasy-esque. I meant to say fantasy. Yeah. Fantasy-esque. But not too fantasy-esque. Fantasy-esque. I don't know why I'm cutting out the S. Fantasy. So it looks very fantasy. It's not too... And it'll be like on both sides and everything. And we'll have our walls go 1, 2, 3, and then you'll have like 1, 2, 3. It's the same idea. Yeah. But I like the idea because it feels, especially once I cut this all out. This will just, or I might not even go that. Oh no. I have to make a decision. I like this being here like this is a little extra area, but at the same time, yeah, there's buildings here. Okay, so what you would do is you'd have a corner. Where's this currently at? You know, that's actually a really good corner right there. This building will be removed. Then the wall will come back this way, and it'll be rigid. But yeah, no, yes, fantasy world unlocked, yes, kind of thing, or a new room. And this will probably not be lava at the end of it. You know, I like the idea. I'll probably switch to something else, but there'll be lights and stuff down here as well. I should probably light these candles eventually. Oh, they are lit. They're just not all lit. Oh, they are lit. They just don't look lit half the time. But yeah, it's to feel this whole... It kind of just fills in the whole area with the whole vibes kind of thing. And you can just take a couple of these and just kind of start adding them in here and there, because this is what the side's going to look like. But yeah, I mean, I feel like there should be a good entrance kind of thing. This will be like this, and it'll go down, but then the ability to go up, they'll only be through here. Yeah, I like it like that. It feels good. And I guess with the way these look, they technically should be a full roof as well. Which I never even looked at to realize, but if they're a full roof that have like bits that aren't filled in, this could look really good. Even though you don't see like to here, but yeah. It could look pretty cool. Pretty cool. So to just fill in the rest of the way. But I need more deep slate for that project and all projects. And like I said, I'll have an area for sniffers probably. I'll have an area for... I like the idea of really just kind of filling in, adding on, doing things. I don't know if I want this here. Especially since I feel like this would be a building here, which, yeah, there's 3 between that. That'll be a building. Let's see. Yeah. And then I guess the idea is the pillar, and then you'd have another one, but then you have a hole here instead. But I could fill in the hole and add more buildings. Although I feel like that's just meant to be a flat area in between. Which... we don't need these either. Let's be real. I have not gone to the end. I mean, I'm not too fussed about it. Because really, the only thing you can really get out of the end is that you can't get anywhere else is just elytra. I guess, and dragon heads. So the dragon heads could look cool. Oh, you know, that's true. And lights could look cool. I will not disagree on that. Yeah, the end rods, yes. I mean, yeah, that could be cool. So I love that this is the, over here. It's like you got this path here, but it leads to nothing. Because this building is here. I feel like all the roads are off, because I feel like the roads are supposed to be, like, you have the roads up here. And then they would go down, but then they're just, it goes into buildings, because it's misaligned somehow. Although I guess I could just build... I don't know. We'll see. I might have to just fully remove these and move them to match. Because I don't feel like that looks right. But it's the same on the other side too. So, for city though, it's like, why are you walking into this? Sure, it looks cool kind of when you're walking along the line, but if it's a city, these should be like here. Instead, like in between. They fit? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I guess. I think 6 in between are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You would even be able to put it, it's like centered, each of them to these. Yeah. Yeah, like that just doesn't feel right. I might have to completely remove those pillars and move them over like 6 blocks or so. But mostly because otherwise it just doesn't feel like it's done right. Because you see, you got the road here, it goes into this, and then, I mean, I can understand this being that you have to walk around them, but I mean, look, it goes straight into the pillar thing. It should be going potentially into the road, which would make sense. So yeah, I'm gonna have to move all of these. But that's fine. That's just more work. Yeah. Oh, I need to eat. I just looked up. On both sides, no less. Seriously. Who designed this city? Who built this? Everything, like, the more I look around, the more I'm like, I'm gonna have to do so much more work than just restoring, because they don't have things like houses that are actually houses. No, not a very good city designer at all. Like, I'm gonna make this a housing district, like I said, over on this side. I mean, why are there 20 billion of these things that don't really have a place or reason to be here? Like, it's another shrine with the things to put here, but they're everywhere. These should be scattered, like, maybe in a city, maybe like 2 or 3. Yeah, you're not gonna get as much loot. Maybe they should have just put more loot and better loot in, but like, there should only be like maybe 2 or 3 of these around the city. And if we're gonna go there, you could maybe argue you could have a few of these, like maybe 1 or 2, yeah. But like, these and those should be like interspersed together kind of thing. Like maybe a total of, we could go with a total of 8, but it's both these and those together. And it could be like there should be more buildings like this that are clearly some form of like, closer to what looks like a house at least. Like, you could assume that you might have beds in here and on a lower floor kind of thing. And you do get chests in here occasionally, so it still would have loot. There should be more of these. Like, I'm just saying for like the basic structure, the normal structure. I know there's a bath that can show up, but the fact that they don't, like, that's not a guarantee to the city, I feel like is a little weird. This building is left vague enough that you could maybe assume that's a house, but it's probably not. I know there's also a meat locker freezer one. I didn't get that one in here, but again, that should be more of a priority to show up. What currently shows up? Like, you shouldn't have like 16 shrines and nothing else practically, like no housing, no nothing. And the thing is, like, for a lot of the ones I've been through, it really is like you get like so many of those, and it's just like, but why? It's not viable. Like, I could say again, this could be a house, but even like, because this is certainly the right height for a house kind of thing, except not really, because they're often too tall. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy, but I just feel like the more I look at this, like, to actually go back and try to like redesign and fix up, the more I'm left with, it's like, but who? How is this like like, you're supposed to think of it as a city? And it feels far more like a like, if it was a research town, I'd get it. Like I said, it certainly looks like one. Could be one. Also, why is the entrance of this building on this side and not this side? Especially considering the building over here is also facing that. Like, it's facing this way. I can't see. Like, they're too tall, which is weird for a building if you're thinking that you're going to actually have someone living here. Also, you wouldn't have tiles mixed in with these necessarily. And again, this is what makes me think this is not actually meant to be a house. So I'd have to look it up, but it's like, I'm like, so where are the houses? When you have, just, yeah. And the thing is, like, you don't just get like it looking crumbled down. You'll get like these will be here as well, and it'll be like, but the walls are supposed to. From everything else you got here, it should be tiles. So why is it? it makes my head hurt the more I look at these. I'm really like trying to think about like rebuilding the city and be like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna build it, but I'm gonna build it my style. In the end, I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make it. Your head's hurting. Yeah, you start looking around and you start being like, but why? Like, I get it from a loot perspective because these here give 2 loot chests, right? You get one here and one here. I mean, technically, it's a certain, like, I don't think they have, like, a specific layout. It's just, like, again, procedurally generates, if you will. Effectively, to some extent, but you have some, like, you have models like this, and you have the over there and all that, but, like, when you look around and you really look at it, it becomes a huge question of just... But buildings-wise, like, you stop and look at the buildings, the ones that are favored the most to have, like, a whole bunch. Yeah, they're good for looting. But if you part of your whole thing was to add, like, more, like, potential lore. Where is the lore? This is not a city. This is a college. This is a college campus. More than it is a city. Because remember, this would not be here for the most part. I added this. But you have, if we assume these are roads instead of like buildings to go in, right? You have your roads. You have potential places of studying / just, well, I'm not saying like all college kids are cultists. Let me be clear. I'm saying it's more than like of building-wise, there's nothing really... Even a mall would have more, like, clear, like, shops and things. And you know what? I think that's what worries me about their new dungeons they're going to do with the procedurally generated blah, blah, blah. Because... It's not that the itself, it's just that you look at it and it's like... Again, there's a whole point about adding quote-unquote lore to it, along with the combat stuff, right? But then you look at it and it's just kind of like, but is there lore? All I see is, like, Warden on his belly. Well, they didn't confirm that there's lore. Specifically, they said they're making a new dungeon. I mean, they're making a new dungeon, and they're clearly, you're supposed to think of something there, right? When you look at it, because also, the other thing I'm left with is, so they put out some more details about it and stuff, right? As people noticed, it clearly was a deep slate layer, right? And they're supposed to be very common structure to find. I'm left with, so isn't this going to eat more into the space for mining for, like, diamonds and things as well? If it's going to be down here. Again. So again, it's just kind of like I get the structures and things, but at the same time, it's like... I think those are the things that bother me most. Like, I couldn't, like, place my finger on it originally. Like, I was like... The more, like, I hear people talking about what the information has been released, it's, like, extra information they did in apparently a Q&A thing with some creators. The more I'm like... No wonder I feel like this is iffy. When you stop and look and think about it. It's going to be common. Therefore, as you're mining through, not only are you going to have to worry that you find yourself in an ancient city, you're going to also have to worry you find yourself in a copper dungeon, potentially. So, I mean, I think that's just it. It's like, and I don't mind it, let me be clear. But, I feel like, I do wish they had just updated existing structures as well to add more combat options there as well. It's just, I don't know. like I said, it'll probably be cool. Probably. But like they've been like, oh, we're adding things, and I'm just like, I don't know. Looking around this place and just looking, I'm just left with, it's not. It's just, maybe if you look at what the buildings are called, maybe there's buildings called house, but that's about it. Which is why I'm kind of changing my whole, like, what I was going to do to just being, like, instead, like, well, I can start building my own city out of this. Still using their various layouts and probably leaving some of their buildings still in here. But, like, looking around these ruins and stuff, I just don't feel like... I don't feel like it was a city. I don't feel like it's put together. It's just the bits and bobs that could be a city. But it's just like, yeah, I'm going to probably remove some of these buildings and be like, or change them up and stuff. I had to move this one anyway because the road goes here, but yeah. But I mean, yeah, it's just, it's not. I don't even know how to put it. It just doesn't feel. Like, and this one they did specifically, like, go this whole blah 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 lore thing. And the fact with, again, with the villagers, they're going, oh, well, we would be changing them partially because lore reasons. Because, you know, now they'd be having the books because lore. And it's just like, but that doesn't make any sense. And maybe that's why Minecraft didn't have lore originally. Which I think is fine. But yeah, the more I go through, the more I'm left with, but why? Is this the best option, if you will, you know? Or like their favorite option kind of thing, for if you're adding some lore to your game. But I am just one measly streamer. I'm a nobody. And that is fine. But at the same time, I'm still questioning some of these things where I'm like, but it doesn't have to be that way. Of course I could do this. I don't know if I did it here instead. Yeah. Alright, so if we do this here instead, it's the same spot, but it's the whole idea is it's just two part. Yeah. And that puts that together better that way. But yeah, no. I mean, that's really where my questions really start. It's just, it's like, I don't mind. At the same time, what is being added with this? There. See, then we have just a nice little area. I might do here. Actually, I kind of like the idea of this. As you put this here, you put that there. There, you can't really get out. But it's just like this nice little thing at the end. There. Alright, and then... Anyway, like I said, you don't have to worry too much about it. It's just bothering me. That's all. Like looking around and thinking about things. Let me... Where... Right. Oh wait, I don't need that. I only need... Because I have plenty of... these. And then we'll just quickly make a separate one of these. Come down. Like so. And... Oh, I went too far. Basically, right here. Oh, that's right. That's a full block. We put this here, and then potentially the chest here. There. I mean, yeah, you can go out and over. Actually, no, you can't. Ha! So it looks like you could go out and over, but you can't. That's what that is. Then you would put the payment in there, potentially, or, like, leave a donation. So, like, maybe, maybe, since you're staying here, you might leave, like, 2 pieces of food that you've got, or something. The idea would be. And then other people who are staying can also do the same. Ideally. I don't know, maybe I'm not, but I would probably make, I would do the same thing with these, but I just feel like, I mean, does it look good? It might. It would add more texture, that's for sure, and I can get more of these and just, let's see how this looks. Honestly, oh, whoops, did I do that wrong? No. Yeah. Alright, so maybe not those, maybe we would just do them with the, but again, you're not going anywhere with them. I'll be right back. Also, yeah, I did put those in. Heh. Let me go make a few, just... Because I like making non-traditional windows, you know? Let me go make some. But it adds a little texture too, just to be kind of like, yep, there's a window here. Let me take a few of these. Like so. And let's see how these look. If not, I have plenty of other places for them. But it's a good way to just be like, yeah, you're not locked in or anything, but the windows are... Not windows. They are... Yeah. I kind of like that. What do you think? Also because they just kind of can't get out. I don't know, maybe not. I'll put them all in this row just to see. But it's okay for it to be a little ugly. There. And then if we have more of them in... Yeah, I like that with all of them in. It looks more natural. But, yeah. Effectively, it's windows. You've got them pretty open and neat and all that. But you can't go anywhere with them. Which I think is actually pretty good, if I'm being honest, for a building where it's just like, the idea is like you're just staying here overnight and all that. I mean, it's not dangerous or anything, it's just legit, you can't like sneak out if you're staying here overnight maybe. Again, because it is just that little bit. I don't know, the buildings, it'll just kind of feel like very tight in here, but it'll just be, I'll have the light in it and everything. Yeah. It's not bad. Maybe. Probably would want to add banners, though. Let's be real. Banners will be good. And of course... like... yeah. Although, I don't know. I mean, I still wish they'd add something like paint, maybe. Like, maybe you could pick one side to show only on. And I do promise there will be doors eventually. I just don't have, you know, the means yet. Currently, I'll have to make some trips and things and get some of my resources from my base, but then I can like add doors in even. I know, it just comes off as looking... No, only need two more. Okay, I should have made the last two. Eh. Alright, and then we do this. And we do this. Where? I don't have... I should finish the roof as well. The question is, do I want to add a little texture? Sure. There we go. I can make one more. And yeah. It'll then feel just really comfy. Or not really comfy. It'll feel kind of claustrophobic, but I mean, well, I mean, that's kind of how it goes, isn't it? If you're living tight room, tight corners. Anyway, I do think I should finish up, by the way. Anything anybody wants me to play tomorrow? Otherwise, I'll make a choice. Let me grab some balloons. I guess. But yeah. So, that is a question though. What should I play tomorrow? Right. Okay. Alright. I can do a little bit of work with this. I need to save at least one, but let's see. Are you not there? Yeah. That's true. I saw it on a thing. So yeah. And then just light up like that. It lights it up enough, and then maybe like in here you'll have like a light. By the window. Yeah, I guess that's what I'm doing. There. There. Yeah, pick a dark corner. There, and then we'll leave it at that for now, but effectively the idea would just be that you can sleep in here and you can just find a way to sleep. You know what, since I have these anyway, I might, if I'm gonna add doors, and then I'll add let me just make another, actually, let's just do it like that. And then this. And then eventually doors will be added. But it feels light enough in here, but it doesn't feel like it's too light necessarily. Anyway, so what do you want me to play, bruh? So like I said, tomorrow. Since tomorrow's a streaming day. Or another streaming day. You like listening? I'm only asking because I have my Bedrock world, my Java world. I have not finished Tears of the Kingdom yet. And I'm playing Phasmophobia too. And those are all very different games. And I do feel like I should always ask. So I would say like tomorrow's a good day for the Phasmo because it'll be basically going on Saturday. But it's a spooky game. So that's why I can't decide. And I do want to get more work done on this, so honestly I'm between those two. And that's why I figured I'd ask. There we go. You can reach. Yeah. It is good, yeah. Let's see. Oh no, it's not that it's draining. Either way, I just was like literally saying, like both are good options for me. That's all. Yeah, no, I'm not, I mean, like, you'll get the jump scare, like, I'll get spooked, but that's about all you're gonna get out of me. I'm not gonna, I'll leave in, like, frustration, being like, ugh, but I'm not gonna get too scared. But that's what I warned people about when I was going into it. I was like, look, I'm not gonna get scared. Which is why I'm playing Phasma, because at least you got the deduction, like, the deduction thing, and I was still kind of afraid, kind of. So you got that as well. But yeah, no, I know I'm not a scaredy cat in that way, or at least I don't react in the way people expect me to. So yeah. But that was why I picked it. Was the whole point was just kind of like, yeah. I don't get that scared, so let me see. This pig, no. Maybe over like this, maybe. Maybe. But no, that's just kind of the reason why it's I started playing. So it's like, because people wanted me to play a horror game, because, you know, it's a spooky month, right? And I finished Luigi's Mansion 3, specifically 3. So that's why I picked it. It's like, it's a spooky game, but it's not, it has other things that go for it, that are good for it as well. That's why I picked it. It was just like, yeah, like, yep, it's, technically spooky, but it's also a deduction game, and you don't want to, like, die. I'm, like, trying not to die as well, so that's why I picked it. Anyway, I'm good either way, though. Like I said, I like both games. I'm pretty chill on both games. And I have reasons to play both games. Alrighty, I might do Phasma then. Because, like I said, it's a good game for the weekend, because I found a lot of people popped in for that one last week, but then you don't really get a lot of people during the week, because people don't want to watch during the night. Because it's spooky. Ish. So yeah, I'll probably do Phasma then. Phasmophobia. And we'll see how many times I die. Because that will definitely happen. I don't have enough levels yet. I barely have got the high school. I'm not doing the high school. That one's, that map's too big. But I'm working towards that level. I don't even have the ability to get out of amateur mode. And I still died. Let me be clear. Although, to be fair, it's because the ghost... Yeah. But I'm working towards it. I'll have it eventually. But no, not currently. I don't... Because I haven't... I don't have the ability to. But I will eventually, and then when someone asks me to, I probably will. There we go. Because that just feels more like, again, I feel like the idea would be, you can't get out, but you get as much light as possible from that as well. Back here. So this area is just like nice. Yeah. But no, mostly I've just played the early houses. I did try the cabin last night, which went pretty well, but I have to, like I said, I just have to level up. And eventually I'll get there. think it is. I'll give this a bit of a stretch here, and maybe I'll do this again here. Like, I could keep going a little bit further this way, but then it has just like a bigger opening, and then it has a, because this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But from that, it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No. 2. Alright. It'd be 1, 2, 7. That's no go. So it'd be 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I go 6, 7, and then I could have another tower thing here. And it'd just be like a slightly longer. A 15 in between. And then I could do the same on the other side as well with the towers, and I could have my amethyst thing that'll be like this actually extend even further, potentially. Not all the way, but I might want it to go to like here. At the very least. Are things growing? That one is grown. Collect a few more of these. Also, you know, the other thing that makes me question why there's not more, like, just amethyst everywhere, by the way, is the fact you can find amethyst. Oh, you don't have to play. Fair enough. That's fair. Honestly, as I've said, my internet is crap, so I'm basically playing solo. Actually, not basically. I am playing solo anyway. But totally understandable. I mean, I don't know if you noticed that. Otherwise, I probably would play with other people just because it'd be like, yeah, I would love to have somebody get scared on the stream. That's not just like a, like, oh, kind of. You know? The question is, should I build more out of this? No, that's fine. I was just saying, like, in general, I know you're supposed to be able to join random games. So I was just saying, I mean, I would at least do something like that. Because, like I said, I'm very aware that I'm not a terribly exciting to, like, on my own. Because I'm not getting scared in the same way, or at least not visibly. It's very hard to tell if I'm scared or not. So I was just saying, it's like, it'd be the kind of thing where it'd be like, yeah, I would probably just, like, at the very least join a random game. Or just interacting with somebody else kind of thing, just because, again, I'm not... At the very least, I'm not very vocal. So even if I'm scared out of my mind, you're never going to know. But yeah. That's why I do get that, though. I do get the whole, yeah, I'm not screaming. But, yeah, I would otherwise. But like today, my internet barely got running enough to do the stream. I mean, it was running, but it was, like, lagging hard. I was like, am I gonna have to do this without music? Because it was kind of working, and then it just didn't work for about 5 minutes. And then it worked fine. Because, you know, it's the time of the year. But, yeah, no. That's the real reason why I don't play with anybody else. Otherwise, I would. I really probably would. Because You know, otherwise, no. My sister streams during the day. That's why I don't stream during the day. It's because she streams. And then my little bro uses the computer during the morning. But nobody's on the internet otherwise. I know I could technically stream earlier, but it's like you get to dinner, you get ready, by that time it's like it's already midnight, and so I effectively just kind of. And I used to stream later. I pulled it back to midnight because I was just couldn't. But yeah, cause like I said, because my sister is almost like her streaming time is like almost the exact opposite of me. It just, that's how it ends up rotating. Our computer is a champ. Her channel is hedgewolf_. I think I have it linked on my channel somewhere. At least it's supposed to be. Who knows if it is. I mean my Twitch channel page, but yeah, she's very different from me. Like, well, I'm more chill. If she was to play Phasmo, she might scream. Actually, no, she wouldn't scream. She'd get very, very quiet and talk very, very slow. But she'd be more vocal overall. Because I'm just like... She's not going to play because she's like me, you know. But, yeah. Let me see. Yeah. Hedge. A little hedge. And no, she will not play Sonic. She doesn't. That's not what her name is. Her name. Found it? Yeah. The only non-Sonic related Hedgewolf channel, I think. Yeah, that would be her. Very cutesy. Well, not cutesy. Very cute. Now that I think about it, completely unintentionally, I think we use very similar coloring for our backgrounds. Completely. Yeah, from Florida. I think I've mentioned it a couple times, but yeah, I'm born and raised Floridian. I've lived other places for a short amount of time, but we've always come back here. So yeah, definitely. That's why I'm like, I think you guys might have it, but I don't know. Like, I can't say. It depends on where you are. For the most part, we're pretty chill. But the reason why we're pretty chill is you got all these things. You got the gators, you got the hurricanes, you got the brain-eating amoebas. We do have those things. But, I mean, that just leads to people who are just more like, yeah, you might die, but whatever. And not everybody's chill, but a lot of people are more chill here, in general. You got sharks in the ocean that are... I mean, obviously you have sharks everywhere, but... point being... You'll find more people who have, like, a c'est la vie attitude, overall. I don't know if that's considered to be scary or not, but... I mean, I've lived in plenty of places. And, I mean, in Florida as well. I mean, I've been around. But I'm not sure what you mean by scary. I mean, you mean the gators? You mean the people? Because, well, you do get people like that. Part of why you get that is, or you see that as much. Ah. Fair enough. Well, funny you should mention you're from Australia. See, the huntsman spider, you know, that spider has come to Florida through like postage. We have that one here. You can find. Yeah, We have the huntsman spiders here as well. Literally, they are an invasive species, I think. They came to here, and they've just kind of exploded. It's my sister's worst nightmare. Whenever like one of those pop up, they're it's like, yep, they're huge. They're big. You don't see them as much in the city, but once like you get out farther into the country, you do. But yeah. We literally even have like imported like big things and scary things. Yep. Oh yeah, seen those. That, yeah. No, I know. I know they don't all get that big, but I have seen some ones that are that big. Yeah. Yep, those. Isn't that wonderful? And like I said, they're not so much in the city, but like the further out you get, and the bigger the bugs, and yeah. Lots of nature. Bears, panthers, wolves, coyotes, yep. Gators. The wild chickens. Rather. But yeah, we got the nature. Oh yeah, you see the turkeys, yeah. Yeah, they'll show up. They'll mess with chickens. Cranes. You get a lot of, like, cranes here. And can be nuisances. What was I coming here for? But yeah, we get the turkeys. I mean, you get deer too. You'll see deer in your yard. But I mean, that's pretty common. Or rather, it's not that common. It's just like during well, certain times of year you'll see more deer and stuff. But overall, yeah, no, you get more of the whole. You'll hear like a coyote or a wolf howling. You'll see a bear going through your trash again, and realize you didn't put the cayenne in it. Yeah. Life. I mean, it's not bad. Yeah, cayenne pepper. Bears don't like that. I think we learned that from watching Mythbusters. But, yeah, they don't like it. So you stick it in your trash and then... At least that's basically they get a good old whiff of that, and then it's up their nose, and think about it. Think about how that burns. It keeps them out of your trash for a couple months, and then they're back again. Well, not the same ones. Those bears learned, but you got new bears. And you don't see, like, let me be clear, you don't see panthers very often. They're typically not near people. So I feel like I need to be clear on that one. They like to avoid people. Oh yeah, we get a lot of like the birds too. The predatory birds, from kites to falcons to hawks. You'll see the occasional armadillo. Like, I don't know. It feels like if an animal can find its way to Florida, it will. Just because I would say it's nicer here overall. Like, not like nicer, but like it's warmer most of the year and stuff. And it's just like, yeah, I'd rather do that. Thank you. Not all animals though. I mean, you got animals who are not, but then it's not like too hot either. Because we get that nice middle ground. Yeah, come down for a holiday and then they stay forever. To the point that they become invasive and people just have to start trying to figure out how to deal with them. Gotta love it. You know, I mean, but overall, it's not like it's, as long as you stick to like the being closer into town and stuff, if you're visiting, you're perfectly safe. Just like, if there's signs out about pets, go like keep your pets inside and stuff. Maybe don't go outside at night because it means there's coyotes. But other than that, and even then, you'll probably be fine as long as you're not like on a back road. I've never been to the Keys myself. That's a bit farther south than I've been, but I've been to the Cays, and those are pretty nice. So I'm pretty sure the Keys are supposed to be very, very nice. So yeah, I hope they enjoyed it. I don't even remember what I came over here for. I just know I keep looking in these, and I'm like, nope, it's not this. And then I'm like, but was it this? Yeah, that does tend to happen too. You don't... That is how it goes sometimes. But that's the same everywhere. And the problem is you don't know what necessarily will get them. That's the thing. Again, it goes back to you get the wild animals and you get the, just in general. I can believe it. Let me be clear. I'm not, like trying to sell you on Florida or anything. You get bad things, but like I said, this is why you have to be careful. Otherwise, things happen. And sometimes you just never know. But I do believe that. Like I said, though, I do live further north, so I wouldn't know exactly what they're... I say further north, not that much further north, because it's... Yeah, never know. Could be anything. It could be a gator. It could be... traffickers. Could be anything. And, yeah. Sometimes you don't necessarily want to know, but you do want to know. But yeah, like I said, if somebody's gonna be a tourist and they're gonna go stick around, like, again, during the day, like the Universal Disney Park area, you're reasonably safe. And most of the towns and everything, we're pretty chill. We're pretty, like, you'll be safe and you'll be safe. But yeah, once you get out of like the towns area, you do get wild animals and potentially unscrupulous people and the like. And I'm gonna be honest, we've got neighbors that deal in I don't know which ones, so let me be clear on this, but have definitely the old crystals, if you will. Let's say crystals. But that is also very Florida. Yeah. You love crystals. Not that kind of crystal. Yeah, no, not that kind. I love that. I love amethyst myself. That's my birthstone. But no, when I say crystals, I mean, like the kind that, kind of maybe goes up your nose, yeah. Like I said, I don't know which neighbors, I just know that they, yes. Don't know which ones, don't want to know. It's just how it goes. Once you live a little bit further out from the city. And potentially in the city, but you're less likely to find it. No. I do not. Worst I've ever done is alcohol. And when I say alcohol, I mean like a little bit in coffee. Actually, also hard Mountain Dew. / seltzer. But nothing like two. Pretty No. And I'm not gonna judge somebody that does. Let me be clear. I just don't. I think I used all my dirt, so... But yeah. Nope, I do not. I just live by people who might. But yeah, I mean, that's just kind of how, again, anywhere can go. So yeah. Also, I don't think I'd be able to risk something like that. With my asthma and allergies and all that, I don't think I would ever risk being, yeah. Yep, it is supposed to do that, yeah. But yeah, no, I don't. As I said, for me, like, my biggest thing is I really do, I have to be super careful about everything. Just because, I mean, like I said, I really do have, like, a ton of, like, just asthma, allergies. I mean, and you've, as you said, you've been watching my VODs, so you could see, I really do. I had asthma attacks for about a week, or month, or actually, like, almost 2 weeks. Asthma issues, and allergy issues. But yeah, no, gotta be careful, because I got all kinds of issues, like, just my body attacks itself if I'm not careful. But yeah, honestly, I mean, that's the thing for me. It's like, if I get sick, I'm not going to be, like, able to, like, recover easily, or really necessarily at all, depending. Again, I don't typically use an inhaler. It somewhat works, but, and it can be expensive, yeah. But you need a prescription for it, and effectively, unless you're actively having an issue, it's not necessarily clear that you're, whether it's like asthma or not kind of thing, or blah, blah, blah. So, there's that. Instead, I've learned how to use, I guess you could say, I learned how to treat it in other ways. Like, over the years, it's not bad. But they can be expensive. Though not as expensive as, say, an EpiPen, which has also been required in this household. But again, it's the kind of thing where it's like, if you don't react unless you're actively having an issue, it becomes much harder to get in general. Because you have to prove that you have an issue. Yeah. Well, I mean, think of it like this. So for me, I have an allergy that's anaphylactic to strawberries, and my little sister has an anaphylactic allergy to peanuts. And we mentioned this, yeah, this is why I mentioned it. The reason I'm willing, she's mentioned it herself. But yeah, basically, gotta be very careful. Don't wanna set that off. But yeah, like I said, that's my sister. Yeah, peanuts. Which also means she has to be careful about many other types of lagoons. Yeah, none of that. No Chick-fil-A, no Five Guys, no Reese's, no Butterfingers, no anything. No PB&J. She can't do any of it. Which, of course. Yeah. At the same time, she's left with, well, she's never had to try those things, so she doesn't feel the loss of them. Because she's had this her whole life. Which makes it a little bit easier on the whole. Can't have it. It's a lot harder to... Yep. Honestly, it was more of a blow for like me, who liked eating at Chick-fil-A. But you know, that's where you go to like a relative's house or whatever, right? But yeah. That was yeah, no, like, and for me, like I said, I can't do the strawberries for the very same reason she can't do the peanuts. But again, it's like, it's something I've never really had, so whatever. But it becomes very, very difficult, like, during Valentine's Day, like, Valentine's Day season. Which is when my birthday is, basically, is the week after Valentine's Day, by exact. Like, not missing how much. No, I don't mean like that. I mean, because so many things... They'll add, like, strawberry to it specifically because, like, well, Valentine's Day. Strawberries are so romantic kind of thing. And it's just like, no, they're not. Kind of vibe. I just want to have things that are not. If I want something special, like, I want to go buy myself something. And it's, like, special, I mean. Like, it's just like, yeah, the options are... Like, yeah, strawberry chocolate. That's, like, literally everywhere. And it could be just like, no, not again. It can really feel like that. And then, like, if you get something that isn't strawberry, if you're not careful, because, or rather, if they're not careful, because, you know, it's like, you don't really think of strawberry as, like, an allergy in that way. That can be anaphylactic, so you're not as careful, and then it's like my food that's not supposed to have strawberries can sometimes end up contaminated. I mean, it's not necessarily even the intention of the people who are making it, you know? It's just how it comes out, where they're just... Because people think of, oh yeah, peanut. And then beyond that, for like, I have non-anaphylactic food allergies too, so. Woo. Yep. Well, I mean, like if I go, I'm not, to be specific, not Starbucks. I don't like Starbucks, but like, there's a local, there might be, like, if there's a local coffee shop kind of thing, right? If they're not careful, like if I order like some sort of like frozen coffee kind of thing, and if they don't like wash the blender out in between enough, like bleach it, or like if I go to get like a smoothie or something, that's another good example, then that can have enough particles in it to cause me problems. Because they literally gotta like bleach it and everything, and do all sorts of stuff just to get it to be not killing me, if you will. So that can cause me problems too. Yep, I have to consider a lot. But it's okay. I mean, like I said, like, as long as it's not like specific times of year, like strawberries aren't that bad. No, I don't, typically. It's a lot easier to avoid the strawberry than the peanuts. And again, it's the whole, if you're not having an active issue, they're not as likely to prescribe one to you, especially if you haven't had one in the past due to, again. Because I started out, like, it wasn't anaphylactic to start with. Yeah. It's fine, though. I just have to be really careful. I carry my Benadryl on me. I carry my, I carry quercetin everywhere. And I haven't had that many issues because for the most part, it's just not in the food. Again, it's the whole idea of, it's like, if you have it your whole life, it's a very different situation feeling, and I know this from someone who's just like, never had it. But hey, I've learned how to do a lot of, like, cooking at home, too. So, there's that as well. So, like, for example, I bake. I'm very good at baking. Right? And since, like, people in our family also have, like, gluten intolerances, I've also learned how to bake things, yeah, bake stream. Maybe someday. Maybe I gotta hit, minimum 5,000 followers / subscribers on YouTube specifically. I'm thinking that. I think I actually said 1,000, but we'll go with it. And it'll just be my hands, but yeah, I learned to bake in, I think that's fair. It's like that's a pretty long ways away. But basically, I've learned how to bake things that I learned first to bake, like, yeah, that's a fair number, 5,000? Yeah. I've learned how to bake things that I originally learned how to bake them, like, with the gluten, but then I've learned how to bake them without, like, so, not to be cringy or anything, but I like Undertale, right? I like the Undertale, the game, and so I wanted to learn how to make the cinnamon butterscotch pie. So I found some people's recipes online that were doing it, man. I started with, like, but then, basically I learned how to make it gluten-free as well. So I took some of the recipes I found for, like, pie crust and stuff, and I, started experimenting with what I could do to make it gluten-free. So I can actually make a pretty good almond flour pie crust. I could probably do the same with other things as well. But, yeah, it's very, very good. Yeah. And also using the alternatives to things like cornstarch as well and stuff, because I can't really do too much corn. So basically I've learned how to do all sorts of things like that. It's a very good pie, by the way. I don't bake it very often. I also know how to do, like, a really good crustless cheesecake in the rice cooker. That was a lot more basic. You just, if you buy Philadelphia cream cheese, they give you a recipe inside it, then you just kind of literally adjust it for not having crust and having, like, other things instead. And then adding flavor, such as lime, or depending on the flat time, I've done an orange chocolate or orange cinnamon cheesecake. But yeah, I do things like that. I mostly do cheesecake nowadays, if I'm being honest. Just because it's easy, and it's more protein heavy than sugar heavy, especially, like, if you make it, like, a specific way and all that. But I don't make, yeah, even then I don't make that one a lot, because you get other issues. But it's fun to bake and stuff. And then it's fun to learn how to do those things without gluten. And just things like that. And I cook too, though, at this point. Whether it be burgers or Although I don't know how to make buns yet. I haven't learned, but I have not learned how to do that yet. But yeah, no. Sorry, I was like, I don't know, like, but I've learned partially from my mom because, again, she also just had to start, think of it like this. My mom had to figure out how to have a household full of just everybody has allergies that literally makes, like, shopping next to impossible sometimes. So, for example, like I said, yeah. But, for example, I can't do corn, right? Not to anaphylactic, but I just really can't do it because it messes with my stomach. My sister can't do soy a whole lot. She can do a little soy, but not too much. Mostly because she has to be careful because it's mostly just like a stomach issue. It could turn into other types of allergies, if you will, due to being the nature of it being a legume. But and then having to try and avoid the flour, like wheat, because again, more just other complications and things. So finding literally every other way to make food and stuff, and then I've learned from her, and then I've learned things on my own as well. But that's where it becomes fun, though. You start learning how to cook things and stuff, and going, well, I can make that. And then going around to the whole, well, I can make that without using all these things. I can use that. For example, in our household, instead of using cornstarch, we use arrowroot flour because it has a similar effect. Hey, it's fine. It's fine. I get it. Like, I'm not gonna hold it against people. Like, and all that kind of thing. Take it for granted. It would be nice to be able to take it for granted. Like, having to decide how much like a risk a thing is not as fun. It's definitely not terribly fun, but it's like, it's the kind of thing where it's like, fair enough. See, and then we go into, my brother does have a bit of a milk allergy, but his is different than lactose. Fair enough. So we do milk here, but we don't do cow milk in the household for him, for my little bro. We do goat milk, which works because it's different. But his issue isn't lactose. His issue is casein in milk, the protein. But yeah, no, fair enough. Lactose is not an easy one. I mean, that one is another one that's pretty difficult to do, though, with the milk allergy if you're going to buy things. So I get that. Like, when you look around, it's like, I'm going to buy this, but then it has this in it, and then you can't get that, so you have to do this, so you have to do that, so you have to get... I get that. Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. But yeah. I mean, that's the kind of thing you get. And again, definitely this, well, household, yeah, this household would not be able to do that. Not because it's... Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, that makes some sense. Because, well, not necessarily the chicken strips, but there are certain things in meat that you, if you're not, like, doing butter, it can be hard to get in your diet. Because apparently, there's this whole thing. Done tons of research because my mom actually can't eat meat. Not a whole lot. Makes her ill. So, you know, you got that as well. Not as often. Which is like where it's like the line gets drawn. It's like, we'll just make 2 meals. At this point. But fair enough. That's when you go out and sneak some. Yeah. It is complicated, but that's where it becomes, it's like, yeah, you start learning how to do things. And eventually you just go, well, if one of us is going to have to cheat, it'll be so-and-so this time. And next time it'll be so-and-so. And... no. Let's just say he's not involved with at the current moment. And just leave it there. I'm not looking at you, man. But yeah, no. I enjoy cooking, though. It's fun. It's fun to cook and learn things and completely, like, be like, yeah, okay, I messed that up. Fair enough. Yeah, a good way to start is to just start following recipes, and then from there learning how to, like, adjust. Like, a while back, I found a great recipe for just microwave fudge. Kind of thing. Well, yeah, that's true. I was just gonna use an example of just, like, something I do recipes for. But I was saying is, like, I found a recipe that's for microwave fudge, and it's very basic. You don't have to think too much about it, kind of thing. What I did learn is how to make it, like, different flavors in it and stuff, and, like, adjusting, not just, like, adjusting to how much vanilla to, like, if you're gonna add something else, like essential oils or something, or flavors, or other just extracts and stuff. So what would make a good flavor? But that took time to learn. I mean, it wasn't like it was, like, in a day. Learning also just how much to add for whatever, not just be like, it'll be fine. Exactly, practice. But yeah, no, like, for my sister, every year now, I bake her cake that she loves. At this point, and again, it's just something I found online. But I had to adjust because I was not going to zest lemons for the recipe. I was gonna, but, I mean, it's a great recipe. It's very simple. And gluten-free. Naturally. But it is a ton of work. But, I mean, with modern appliances, it's not that complicated. But yeah, I mean, ingredients are just like, you have a certain, I'm not looking at it, so I can't, like, remember the recipe, but you have a certain amount of, like, almond flour, and you get, like, 4 eggs, or maybe 4 eggs, and instead of lemon zest, we do 5 to 10 drops of, like, lemon essential oil, specifically, because that's good, but is a good replacement for the zest, because I don't want to zest one whole lemon just for a cake. And then what else does it use? It uses, like, one other ingredient. It's very simple. It doesn't even use butter, I don't think. I can't remember the last one. There's, like, one more ingredient, though. But yeah, very simple, very, very basic, very, it's very floofy, actually. You would not necessarily believe that it's gluten-free, but that is achieved because you have to whip the egg whites up. And basically then the egg whites are acting yeah, floof cake, exactly. Basically the egg whites are behaving as if they're like the yeast kind of thing. It's the thing that's holding together the texture. And that's what makes it complicated. But it becomes a very fluffy, nice cake. It can be a little dense, but it's only a little bit. It's not as dense as, like, other cakes I've had that are also gluten-free. And like if I was willing to go like the extra mile, I would probably like grind up the almond flour a little bit more to make it even more like a thinner texture, so that would also help as well. The original recipe is, but I double the recipe and it cooks just fine, although I use the rice cooker to do it. But it works. It comes out completely just like a full nice cake. And it doesn't even have to be thin, and it's fully cooked and everything. Yeah. I mean, that's your answer for you. If you want to make gluten-free cake, you have to have a rice cooker. I'm joking. It can work in a cake pan, too. It's fine. It's just... It did work well to do it that way. But yeah, no, like, I started getting into baking. I also started getting into baking because I kind of just... I liked baking as well. And I wanted to start being able to, like, bake my own icing. Well, we typically just get the store-bought and just deal with it. Although we have also bought, like, if you want one that's dairy-free, I would recommend, I don't know if you have it, but there's a brand called Simply Mills, and that one's actually quite nice. But at least it should be dairy-free. It's like dairy-free, corn-free, everything-free. But otherwise, we'll just cheat on the icing, because it's not bought that often. Nutella is also a very acceptable, yeah, icing choice there in our household. Actually, the real answer is we don't add icing to that cake. Oh no, Nutella is just fine. Hazelnuts are not legumes. Despite what they might tell you, if you have a peanut allergy, you are more susceptible to getting, like, having issues with soy, peas, cashews, and those types of things. Not things like hazelnuts, almonds, and other things that are referred to as nuts, because they are not, either whether they're a true nut or they're a drupe, they're not legumes, so you're not going to get the same issues, unless you also have allergies to those types of nuts. But so, no, we have Nutella in the household. It's just fun. Little sis loves it. Although it's typically the store-bought brand, because they don't use soyless. And sometimes Nutella does, depending. But, yeah, no, Nutella's just fine. It's called You Grow Up in a Household Full of Allergies and You Start Learning a Thing or Two. Unfortunately. Nice. Delicious. But yeah, no, like I said, it depends on, like, what people are willing to just have / cheat / whatever on. Kind of thing. But otherwise, yeah, I have learned cooking. I can cook fish. I can cook meat. I can apparently not cook mashed potatoes to save my life because my little sister finds them disgusting no matter what I do. But everything else, you love fish. Fair enough. Well, fish is definitely very good. I do both. I have done both. But for the fish, like, cause just to make it easy, what I do is I'll, like, cut into thin pieces, kind of. Well, not thin, like, just cubes. This is just how I do it. For ease. But I've done it both ways. Yeah, fish. Yes, fish is good. But yeah, no, like, if there's a good deal at the store, calamari, yeah, that's not gonna be very often, but yeah, my little brother agrees. He definitely agrees. But yeah, no, I've learned how to do those things, other than apparently potatoes. Again, I just go with, no matter what I do, my little sister's just like, it's no good. So, yay. I have also... Yeah, she doesn't. I've done that as well. That one works just fine, the instant potato, yeah. I've done that plenty of times. It comes out fine. Like I said, she just don't like it. And she knows that I've made it. But, I mean, that's a different issue. No, I do agree. I actually quite like the instant mashed potatoes for what they are. They're very, I do enjoy using, or when I'm just, like, quickly cooking. I do like to use them. Because, yeah, it comes out with this nice smooth texture and this nice just kind of almost, you know what I need to do here is I just need to add like a light there. But yeah, I like I said, I do like the texture. It works out well. But I've also, another thing that's really good to have is just like sweet potato fries, honestly. Like if you're gonna do like a fry kind of thing. They're delicious. And full of potassium. Fair enough. Sorry. Just disgusting food. Actually, I should probably make it for myself. But yeah, no, I mean, other than that, I'll do things like I'll make like a potato fries Friday. Yeah. Like, what I was gonna say is like, what I do for oftentimes for breakfast is I'll just do a, rice, egg, like maybe ketchup, maybe something else, depends. On my mood. But yeah, no, I mean, I definitely, for just like a simple breakfast, I mean, that's what I do, so I get you. Although potatoes are good too. I'm saying like for ease, especially like if I make rice for dinner the day before, because, you know, it's something. And it's like leftovers for breakfast. Which is very nice. No, typically not. I typically do it, just simple sushi rice. Add some sushi, like I add some rice vinegar to it. No, well, not rice vinegar specifically, but, and then people can add as they will, because then it's just a lot simpler. But I have added that kind of thing when I'm making a risotto. I just don't again, using the rice cooker to just quickly get the rice done means that typically I'm just using, actually, what's it called? Well, yeah, just rice, the short grain rice. The store calls it sushi grain, like, but overall though, it's just, it's easy, it's fast. Genius inlay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I've been doing that everywhere. You can see it in the road too if you look closely enough. Only reason I even have torches out right now is for the grass. I'm eventually gonna have it just be the hidden lighting like so, and these, like that kind of thing. But yeah, no, I quite like the old, yeah. But yeah, I was noticing, I'm just like, I need more light here. This will eventually grow, but eventually is a long, long time. You know, I'm just going to use this to get more of these done. And eventually, I'm going to have it where this is just going to be all cleaned out. And just look nice. one dish. That's a good question. I'd probably do the cinnamon butterscotch pie. I think I could win with that. Although, maybe not, because I haven't done it in a long time, but I mean, I certainly did. I picky siblings liked it, so the way I did it even. So maybe that, or, but if it had to be like a dish, let me see. I'm pretty good at meatloaf. If I mean, or candy carrots. I do candy carrots. As another option. Yeah, they're, I mean, are you asking what they are, or you're just like, really? Or are you just like, oh, well, basically, you take carrots, right? And you cook them in typically brown sugar, maple syrup, something sugary. Maybe you spice them in butter. It's very indulgent, if you will. Don't do them too often, but they are very, very good. But it is very good. It is, yeah, like, and if I'm gonna add spice, I'll typically add cinnamon, maybe like a hint of something like cardamom or something. But it is good. That's what I'm saying. It's like, I think I'd pick that. Like, it's so simple. You can literally take, like, frozen carrots and do it. I see. It's just one of those things, you know. I grew up with more fun foods, learned how to make them. But yeah, I think I could confidently say I'm pretty decent at that. Maybe I can't guarantee anything else, but that I can guarantee I can do. With like hands, like eyes closed, all sorts of da-da-da-da behind my back. Kind of not like a burger, just like literally like, yeah. It's easier to cook, I guess. It's a more, I think it's like, it's because it's just, I'm pretty sure it's southern. Should be. Yeah, I learned how to make them, and they are definitely, probably looking at them would give you diabetes, but they are good, especially like if you're gonna do like something fancy, like a something with beef or something. Not specifically with beef, but just like something on the side. It can be quite nice. Yeah, they really do. You take that, take some beef, take some mashed potatoes. Like, it's a very it's a fancy meal. I'm not gonna claim it's not. But, or rather, it can be fancy. But it is nice, especially since if you make it on your own, yeah, you don't have to True. That is true. It is. Other than doing other things like baking purees into other things, kid has no idea they're eating veggies. absolutely loves them. Well, in our household we didn't know, but yeah, that is true. It is probably a very good way to get kids to eat. Although that was not as much of an issue for everyone other than little sis in this household. There. Getting a little bit more work done really quick. But yeah, I mean, it's I'm pretty confident in that. Or you can have them with mac and cheese. You love all veggies? Nice. I actually like, often shocks people, but I actually like Brussels sprouts. I'm gonna be honest. I still do. But YouTube, fair enough. Brussels sprouts are good. And I mean, I like them plain. I like them with bacon. I like them with, in general. I have found them a little weird when somebody dunks them in chocolate, because there has been that as well. I have tried that. That was weird. But other than that, all good. But yeah. I honestly do like Brussels sprouts. But yeah, for like a full meal, you could probably do something. Either you do like a steak, or you do something like pulled pork or something. Probably actually would be a good one with the carrots. Then you would have mashed potatoes, rolls, maybe mac and cheese and Brussels sprouts, probably with bacon. I mean that's a pretty. That's a. That sounds like an amazing piece. I have done that. That's one of the great things about going to like a barbecue restaurant here. Well, not just here, like just in the South, because you can do that typically. But yeah, it's that kind of thing. Honestly, do I want to use some of this? Maybe not. Maybe I actually want to use. Do I have any? Nope. It's having to go up. I do have more of this. Sorry to hear that. Fair enough. You have one egg. Nice. But yeah. Have I not hidden this one yet? I guess I haven't. I thought I had. No, I have. As you can see, by the way, more hidden lighting. But yeah, I do get that. And it'll be like that. Alrighty. Lovely. It's that kind of day, huh? Fair enough. Alright, let me quickly go and just... I'm gonna grab some quick diorite. Or am I gonna grab andesite? I'm gonna have to decide on what I find. Andesite or diorite? Nice. Nice. That's always good. Garlic bread. Yeah, what's about this? True. Garlic bread, eggs. That could be nice. That could be fun. Let's do that. How much do I have? There we go. There. There we go. I'm thinking like that. And I'll probably turn them into slabs too, but yeah. Sounds very good. But yeah. Like, I could cook, I could cook other things too, obviously. I do know how to cook, like, southern food. That's something I'm most definitely confident in. I could do collard greens, but, I'm a master. I don't know about that. I just... I see. But yeah, no. I enjoy cooking. That's really where it comes down to. And learning. I make a pretty mean meatloaf at this point. As well. I mean, not mean, but decent. So yeah, I mean, I guess I enjoy learning. I enjoy doing. All right. For a bit of color. I don't know. I feel like a place like this might use a little color on like an outdoor area. Oh, it's actually odd number back. Nice. There we go. And we'll just do this here. Do the same thing. Nice. Yeah, no. Like, I mean, what do you think? Is it too much maybe on the side? I just thought maybe it would be like a nice little area, because if we... It's pretty. I'm glad you are. You like it? Thank you. I just think like maybe like if it's so dull on the inside, maybe they'd have like an area outside that's a little bit more bright. Not like super bright, but I honestly do think I could see like going out a little days. Just having an area, especially again with the whole adventure kind of thing. Oops. I'm just gonna put this. I'm gonna need more of these later, so I'm just gonna put it up here because I can find it. But yeah, like I said, I like the idea of just kind of having this little section. It's just. Actually, we'll do it like this. All the way across. I'll correct that in a second. But then basically what you do is you put one here, put one here. There we go. And then hidden lighting. I'm so glad that like slabs let light through. I mean, honestly, that's where I really end up with it. It's just it looks nice enough that it looks like you could believe that it would be maybe like that. And then I obviously want to go a little bit further down the line. Let me see, I think I want to go, let me see what feels most. Got this one. Yeah, I think that feels good, like that. Yeah, they probably will remove that. I'm not going to deny it, which, to be honest, no they won't, because too many people would throw fits, although I would agree the same about the villager, so maybe. They'll be like, but it's like, but it's not even making the game easier. Let's be real. I mean, because you know that's the real reason that they're nerfing villagers, and it's just like, it only makes it easier for those who put in a ton of effort to do them. For the average, for the person who doesn't, just, and I say this as somebody who actually enjoys, like, building villages and stuff for villagers and stuff. If you're not willing to, like, take a couple hours, especially on Bedrock, like on Bedrock, it's just, it's even harder than on Java to get them all set up. Because, interestingly enough, librarians, so you know on Java how you can have the bookshelf, or you can have the books in either the slot for the paper or the bookshelf. On Bedrock, it can only be in the spot for the paper. So in other words, you kind of have to roll like twice as long even to get the right books. And so as I've said many times before, I feel like what they really need to do is they need to go look at Java, or look at Bedrock rather, and then maybe implement some of those. I don't care for the Bedrock stuff as much, or the Bedrock Village stuff, but like, I'm gonna be honest, I think that if they really want to make things quote-unquote more nerfed, that's all they really have to do. Although the AI for I have to say this because, like, I've seen, like, so many places where people are like, oh, the AI for the villagers are better on Java, right? And so when I started playing Java, I was like, well, hey, at least the villager AIs are going to be much better. And then they're kind of worse. Like, Bedrock villager AI, they're bad in the sense that they can't, that they can, like, even if you have walls and everything between them that are solid blocks, they can still find a job, right? Because for some reason they believe they can pathfind to it. But they're not going off and killing themselves in the same way that the Java ones seem to do with, like, Gusto. Like, the only thing that's better are the trades, because you can get you cannot get the same types of trades for Bedrock. Like, another good example is, well, actually, just the librarian one itself is just a very good example. You will never get a book slot for anywhere where you are buying. Only where yeah. It's complicated to explain, but basically, books take up the slots of things like it are not the same, and they're locked into those specific slots, and it's the same for other places as well. Like, on Java, you can get where you can have like 4 pieces of armor, right? Because you'll have where the buy diamond option doesn't show up, right? But on Bedrock, unless it's changed, you don't get a choice. You just get that trade. So they're much more locked in. They're much harder to get things through and get lucky on things. Heck, I was surprised that you can, like, buy wool from a villager on Java. I'm like, what? This doesn't... But it's because on Bedrock you really can't. You can just sell them wool. So it's things like that to me, I'm like, okay, if you want to nerf villagers, but you don't want to, like, affect them too much, this would actually be a great solution. It's just make the trades more like Bedrock. I mean, it's not great, mind you. And the other thing, I've said it like a million times, I wish if they want to make each villager, or have like a villager blah 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 kind of thing, right? Be locked to a specific type of book. I wish that instead they would have it where it was the type of lectern. It would be great, because then you can have more types of lecterns, like just as a, like a meet in the middle kind of thing, right? And then you don't necessarily have to find that or that type of wood. You can technically buy it from a wandering trader. And then that would make the type of villager that would have a specific type of book. Maybe. So, like, maybe instead of Savannah trades, maybe it's the one with the acacia wood, specifically, is the one that blocks, or that sells those types of books. And, I mean, it would just, honestly, it would make that little bit of, like, if you cannot find a mangrove swamp, for example. I mean, I have tons on this world, but let's say you can't find one because there's not one within like 12,000 blocks, right? You can buy a mangrove sapling, or any type of swamp really, but I'm going specifically with mangrove. You can buy a mangrove propagule from a wandering trader. And that wandering trader, then that actually gives an extra use to the wandering trader as well. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy, but I feel like if they wanted to do that, that's how they should have done it. And then every time you add a wood type, you can add maybe more books that villagers can trade. / maybe other things that like a librarian could trade instead, like maybe they can upgrade a book. Like if they want to like have these caps kind of thing, then instead, like, let's say the Cherry Grove villager, right? Or lectern villager. Then you could use that guy maybe to upgrade your Unbreaking 2 to Unbreaking 3. Or whatever. I honestly, I feel like that's kind of what I wish they had done, because it would have actually made sense. In a gameplay perspective, not just lore. I mean, and then, obviously the types of the villages you find, like in the savannah, you find the acacia lectern, and in the a spruce village, you find a spruce lectern. And it'd be great for building. Because the builders can get that. And it doesn't lock people out of it. It actually makes it more... It'd take longer, but it's not something that might be impossible. And I know it's probably like too much coding or whatever. It would be why they don't do something like that, but it'd be good because it'd be the balance between if you want them to have to go find different villagers rather than instead maybe you have to find different types of trees, which, you know, people are going to do anyway because they're going to want to build with all those different types of trees. So, potentially. Or maybe they won't, but now they'll maybe think about using those trees for something like that. And it's the kind of thing, like, and maybe the way that you get that type of lectern is you get some form of woodcutter. So, after all, you can get different types of things with this, right? But let's say instead maybe you have a secondary slot like with a woodcutter, and that woodcutter can add for example, if you were to add the bookshelf here, right, or maybe just a book, because I don't think you need a full bookshelf if it was this way, right? You have a book here, and then you have a log of acacia. Voila, you have a lectern of different types and stuff. And maybe that's the only way to get those things. So you can have it still be locked behind some form of progression, but it's not forever locked behind having to move villagers around. It's still reasonable. So to really flesh out like this kind of idea. And you could do the same thing for chests. Maybe if you just stick a log in, right? Let's pretend like with my log, like a log here, right? I know it can't actually go in, but let's say you put a log in. Then maybe you can pick an oak chest, or oak stairs, or oak fence, or whatever. Maybe you can pick like it gives like a certain number of them. So like maybe you get 2 oak fences, right? Or yeah, 2 oak fences would be about right. And here. And then that basically just cuts out like 2 sticks. But it's still cheaper, or maybe it even gives you 3 fences. Fancy, fancy. But then you can also have like stairs. You can have it where be 1 oak log equals 1 stair. It's still cheaper than it's cheaper than having to use 6 planks for 1 stair. But I mean, you have that, but then you'd also potentially have the ability, if you, like I said, if you use this here, for example, like maybe even like as a template, to be able to craft more things that are maybe more complicated. Not specifically complicated, but just like, and I don't mean a template like you have to go find a template. I mean like, if you have a book, you get a lectern. If you have, let's see, what other wooden objects are there? Let's use the magical ook. Let's say you want to make a, let's say you want to make a chess boat that's got like specific colors and things. So then you stick the wood in, right? And you stick the boat to the side, and then you can get that as a chess boat of that type of wood. But as a template kind of thing. But otherwise you have, because then otherwise it's just like a normal one. For the crafting, because then that way they're, because then that way all the ones that already exist aren't affected. Genius. I don't know if I'm a genius. I just know, like when I look at it, I feel like if they want to have, I should work for Minecraft. I don't know if they can code it or not. I'm just saying, like, I feel like if they want to do something like that, or rather, if they don't want to lose all the chests that already exist, then anything done in a crafting table should remain as is, or become a chest. And then maybe, like, and here's another example. Maybe if you have a chest, let's take a chest. Maybe then, like, if you want to, like, make a specific type of chest, like a different color, like you take your the one you made here, right? And you can get all different colors, but you cannot do the same thing for everything, just something like maybe a chest. Potentially. So if you want to take the ones you already have, kind of idea. But I mean, that's just some of the things like I've thought of, just like around the update, if they were to update it to make it more put together. And not destroy everybody's worlds, but still, and their progression and everything. But still potentially add some challenge to it if you're going to do new things. But at the same time, you can still have, and this is also a great way so you can guarantee what your villager is, or rather what your villager sells. But it's locked to an item. It's not locked to, anything else. Another example, let's say you want a hanging sign. Again, you put this in, you put an iron bar here, maybe you get a hanging sign. Maybe you get 2 hanging signs. But yeah, no, I mean, that's really where I think about it, like, and I think, when I see their updates and stuff, and I'm like, I can see where it could work, but I feel like they need to add a few more steps. It's not, it's complicated, it's just, it doesn't have to be as, like, it doesn't have to, if they want to add more challenge, there should be other things. I mean, heck, if they don't want to have mending, then just add other things that don't, like, work with mending. And they can be things that could be very useful. I mean, after all, infinity makes people think, right? So maybe you have, like, water breather, like, not just having, like, a little bit longer for water. Maybe it's like a full-on effect of you can breathe underwater, but you can't use mending with it. So it's like an upgrade to the already existing, oh, what's it called? You know, the one book. Yeah. It's not called water breather. That's why I was using that as the name kind of thing. Like a bow, yes, exactly. Like a bow can have infinity but not mending. So you can have things that maybe would feel very worth it to use instead of mending. Or maybe you have like for example, you can stick mending on your shield, right? But maybe like you could have some shield specific enchantments that don't match with mending or unbreaking even. Like instead, maybe you can have a shield enchantment that returns back, like mirrors back damage to a mob. Like maybe it mirrors back. First it's like 10%, then 20%, then like for the highest level it's 50% of the damage that would have been done to you had the shield not protected you. And then, like I said, it would then not work with mending or unbreaking, but it could be a shield specific enchant, or it could even be an armor enchant. Again, it's the kind of things like that, like maybe instead of mending, maybe you have drain where you can, or leech where you can steal some health, but you cannot mend your sword. / axe / whatever you stick it on. I mean, there's all sorts of enchantments that both exist and can exist that would definitely make you think, but do I want mending or do I want this? And it'd be all about where you're going and what you're doing, and it would honestly make more uses for things. And make certain places maybe easier / harder. After all, maybe you but I mean there's all kinds of things like that I've thought of that I'm just like there's ways they can go around it. If they don't like mending, add things that are good instead of mending. If you don't like the way villagers are used, don't just make it impossible that you have to get all these different villagers, blah blah blah. Make it instead that you have maybe like specific places you can go / find things and the like. Heck, you don't like that people can make a mob farm, maybe you make an alternative. I mean, that's kind of what they're doing with the dungeon, but not really. But I think they think that this will be the way to just be like, I'm not even gonna say it. It's just like in between, like, well, for Skyblock players and for blah 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 players, they can have this, and it's gonna be like, no, because they still can't find it. Super flat world people, right? The whole point is it's flat. The world's flat, but like, and again, the thing is, even if you play on a super flat world or you play on Skyblock, if you get Wandering Traders, you can get all those books. Using, again, the whole idea of it's a lectern, right? Heck, I mean, honestly, if they want to make mending harder to get, all they gotta do is have it be something that only Wandering Traders sell. Voila, problem solved. And it could even make it so that you can get mending way earlier in the game. Yep. Like, I'm just saying, like, literally, it would be a great way to have, like, maybe you don't have to find a village to get mending. Honestly, what Wandering Traders are really useful for, which I don't think a lot of people realize, is you can buy, like, it's not a very common trade that they'll offer, but you can actually buy a full stack of sand. And you can buy 8 gunpowder as well, I believe, yeah. You can do the, like, actually, I think it's like 16 gunpowder, actually, now that I think about it. It's somewhere between 8 and 20 gunpowder that you can buy from a Wandering Trader as well. So there's things that you can get that are useful. It's just that they aren't as common as they should be, I think, for that kind of idea, you know? I mean, because think about it. The only renewable source of sand in the entire game is Wandering Traders. I personally think that sand should always be a trait of the Wandering Trader. Because that would actually maybe solve the problem a little bit, except for people who don't want that on their world. But it is something I realized, and not just sand. You can also buy red sand from them. Two of the most minute resources in Minecraft. One of them even less than the other, which is the red sand. This is something that is nobody talks about or even like mentions, but I'm just like, but those are so convenient. And like also, if you're in a world where the mangrove swamp is 12,000 blocks away, you can buy that mangrove propagule and still have your mangrove trees and mangrove wood from the wandering trader. Again, it's one of those things where it's like they are actually relatively useful. You just have to look at what they're actually. The problem is, it's like the likelihood of what you're gonna get, or what you want to what you get. But like, not like any of these worlds, but there was a world I was playing on on Bedrock, obviously, on my phone. But basically, I was not finding a tree type I wanted. And then I was just able to, spruce. I could not find any taigas. Again, I feel like this is an issue on Bedrock, is either taigas or mangrove swamps, basically, but it should not be the case. But basically, so then I was able to completely like get spruce trees. And I feel like I need to be clear. I had gone out quite a ways on that world, but that was like, I was like, hey, I finally have my spruce wood. And it came because I bought from a wandering trader. But it's like those kinds of things. But the problem is the most common trades that you can find with a wandering trader is flowers, which are not as useful, especially on Bedrock, where, although again, it can be useful if you're in a desert and you cannot find all the flowers, because there's certain flowers that just don't grow anywhere near you. But it's only for those things, and it's more useful on Bedrock than on Java, actually, in that case. Because that one flower can turn into many flowers, whereas on Java, it cannot. You can bone meal flowers on Bedrock and get more flowers, as long as you have the grass space available. Which, you know, you would think they would add to Java, because that's a pretty good parody thing to add. And plus it doesn't really, people who are farming are still going to just use the other method, but like if you just want a small amount of the flour, it is convenient. But yeah, no, I think about all kinds of things. I'm going to be honest. With this game, the more I play it, like, I don't get burnt out. I just, like, I see the potential, and I'm like, the way the game could be done that would logically make more sense, or be put together in a more neat and tidy fashion, to some things. Although, hey, it looks like they might be adding bone mealable sugar cane, so maybe there is hope for the bone mealable little flowers. Probably not, but, you know, I'm willing to hope. But, yeah, no. Like, overall, the Wandering Trader actually has some good trades. It's just, they aren't common trades. So I think they should probably be more common. Heck, did you know that the Wandering Trader sells glowstone for half the price that the village priest does before you zombify the guy and then get them for cheaper? But you did not know? Yeah. So yeah, if you don't want to go to the Nether and you just want to buy glowstone, it's actually cheaper to buy them if you're not using the zombie cure method from a Wandering Trader than from a villager. It is. And again, I only even realize this because I use both Wandering Traders and villagers. They have good things in the game. They just don't utilize them well. Like, again, like Wandering Trader is actually already relatively good. It's just not like the percentage chances of things I feel like are the part that are really not very well executed. I would have instead, again, if it was me, I would have probably set it to be that whether maybe it's only like it's either sand or red sand, but that slot always has sand/red sand. It's one or the other. And ironically, then they could be like, yeah, we have a renewable source of sand, guys. But yeah, no. These are just things I've learned from messing with like villagers and wandering dragons. It's nothing exciting. It's something not that crazy or anything, but and then whenever I see like someone like going, oh, I don't like, especially because I watch Minecraft videos, right? I'll see them like talking about some resource that they wish they could find, and I'm just thinking, well, you can get it from this, and this. You're trying to make sense. Fair. That is fair. Although they did add the piglins now, I guess, so you actually can get unlimited gravel. So you know, there's that. You would think they'd add the same thing with sand somewhere, but nope. I mean, actually, that's something they could make a villager sell as well. Maybe a reason to have villagers is because the stonemason sells like sand. At level, I don't know. That could be like an option. Maybe it's not as common, but it could be a thing. But yeah, no, I mean, like I said, there's things that I could see with the game. Like it's like, yeah, they could do that, and then it's like, oh, they did not do that. Another way that they could handle the villagers thing also is they could make it be like, so if you play modded, there's this thing called waystones, right? And I do need to finish up, by the way. I am running way later than I meant to. I just looked up. But because I started so late, that's why I messed up the time. But yeah, the other way would be like you could do something akin to waystones where you can have like a location for a village and you can send a villager there. But maybe you still have to return before like a certain amount of time where the villager doesn't arrive, but then yeah, that's how you transport the villager. You have to go up to them and like maybe there's a second object other than just like sell, and it's like transport or migrate or something like that, and or asked to join village, or meaning asked to join your village kind of thing. Yeah, then you have to arrive maybe it's not like 5 minutes or something. It's like you have to arrive within an hour, and then the villager will be there. Or maybe you have several locations, again, like a waystone. You can be like, go to this location, then you get to that location, and then you go to the next one. And it'd be complicated, but it'd be easier than moving them the other way. Let's be real. Anyway, though, I need to finish, like I said. I can't keep going. But it's been a pleasure having you. I hope to see you again tomorrow for some Phasmo fun, as we'll be doing some Phasmophobia. And I hope you have a wonderful day. And if I don't see you tomorrow, /night/whatever, and if I don't see you tomorrow, I hope you have a wonderful weekend. But thank you for hopping in. Thank you for sticking around. And yeah. Bye-bye.